Hello and welcome, everyone. It is Thursday once again, and once again we are playing Tales of Vardin here on 2B Dice. We're excited to be back, although a little bit late. Apologize for that. I had some technical difficulties arise this evening. So, without further ado, let's see who we have playing with us this evening as we continue our adventure in Vardin. Starting. There we go, right up here.
Hello, I am Simite. I'm not a DM. I don't know why it says that. I'll fix that very shortly. But I'm playing Emrys, our rogue sorcerer who's on the run with his family now because bad things going on.
I guess it's my turn. Hello, my name is Taylor, also known as Nerdy Pinup Girl on most social media platforms, mainly active on TikTok and Instagram. If you like cosplay, D&D stuff, nerdy shit, you should totally give me a follow. Today I am playing the wonderful and amazing Grendel Fialova, the 7-foot-tall half-orc barbarian who loves flowers and was raised by halflings. A lot has happened to her, but her main goal is mainly to get her girlfriend from the who is currently trapped in the abyss. And
I guess that means it's my turn after that sign off. Hello, I'm Matt. I go by War Torn out there on the interwebs. And I have the wonderful pleasure of returning once again as everybody's favorite Goliath, Godi Mimirson, now Druid of the Circle of the Stars variety, and eternal member of the Tinfoil Hat Wearing Club.
Hello, everybody. Victor, also known as Victor the Story Weaver. I play KD, and yeah,
That's too vague. I don't like it. Hello. I guess since he's going to be Mr. Mysterious over here, I'm going to be your lovely Daddy Tarzan 8255 on all social media platforms. I am playing William, the disgraced naval officer turned pirate, traveling with a bunch of godlike entities as a humble man, parceling his soul out to various entities to try and compete with these otherworldly beings that are able to do so much devastation, and hope to recover his honor as well as his family. Possibly no longer trying to commit suicide while doing it, but we'll see. But yeah, that's William for you. Back to you, Chris. You're muted.
If you like what we do here on Thursdays every once in a while, then you'll like everything else that we do as well. We've got Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and some Sundays. So this coming week, we've got Star Wars on Tuesday, and we've got Valley of Endless War on Wednesday. We will have Vardin this next Thursday. We're trying to align our schedules back to the bi-weekly, so we'll have 2 back-to-back sessions of Tales of Vardin, and then we'll be back to our bi-weekly schedule, so that we can better align everyone's schedules as far as that's concerned. And then there is no Frontiers ever on this Sunday. However, there will be the following Sunday, and we'll keep you up to date as far as when that happens and gets a little bit closer as well. We're still in the works for a date on Dimensional Dial, so stay tuned for that as well. I think other than that, we are good to go, as we left the party standing outside of Grand Soren last, with a few minor details sprinkled in, which will be fun. So we'll see you in just a little bit for that. The party has made their way outside the city of Grand Soren against many odds, through the help of KD and their network, and through their own willpower as well. They've made it safely beyond the city walls. The cold breath of autumn clings to your skin, damp and biting. Behind you, Grand Soren looms, a silhouette of towers and walls against the paling stars, its gates still sealed by the glow of arcane wards. William, the city that once welcomed you now hunts you and your friends. The heartbeat of distant bells tolling a false peace fades beneath the whispering wind. For a moment you can breathe, you've escaped. The ground beneath your feet is broken and wild, choked with weeds and scattered stone. You've played here before. On the outside of town. You've taken your son hunting. Before you is the Bramblewood Expanse. It rises like a wall, gnarled trees, ancient and cruel, their branches clutching at the night. The mists curl between the roots, silvered by moonlight. Above, the two familiar moons of Vardin, pale and cold, climb to their apex. Their light washes the land in a quiet melancholy. And as if the heavens themselves conspire, a third moon emerges. A blood-red crescent. It hangs low and vast, curling around the silver moons like the jaws of a hungry wolf. The light stains the mist, the trees, and even your skin in a crimson hue. And the bramblewood before you seems to recoil from it. I believe it was William that asked Godey what that was. Godey, in almost a whisper to yourself, but enough for others to hear. What was it you said?
Cody responded with a single word, more so a single name, Astaroth.
As you say this name, a dire wolf howls in the distance, far and ragged, and another answers. The waning hours of the morning shudder. And all at once, the whispering wind the breeze through the leaves, the crunching of the leaves on the ground, it all falls silent. As if Vardin itself has paused at the end of a breath. Behind you, a bright yellow light touches the dome of Grand Soren, collecting energy there. It catches your attention out the corner of your eye, and all at once, it bursts through the dome. This golden starlight emerges from the city in a singular beam of energy, leaving behind it a comet-like trail that just suspends these starlight sparkles in the sky as the energy continues upwards. I need you all to make a strength saving throw, please.
I feel personally attacked by this.
I feel the same way.
You should all feel this way, of course.
14.
Just strength saving throws. Okay. Come on, strong girl. Okay, that's oh god.
Just making sure that I don't have anything to add to this, because I think the answer is no. I should have no things. We need rests.
At least I didn't get a nat 1, so that's good at least. I just got a 2.
No, wait. I'm sorry. I'm exhausted. Are we using 2024 exhaust or 2014?
2014, please, I believe.
Then that's correct.
Also, a 14 from Godi.
Go to
It's a
check.
it's a 20 with a facelift.
That's a new one.
So, anyone under a 16
Damn it.
will be knocked prone from the shockwave of
All of
this.
you.
As you stand there and watch this energy, before it hits you, you see the trees of the bramblewood flex and bend as it comes towards you, and you're just hit in the chest with this wall of force from this release of energy from the city.
I'd say William, seeing the shockwave coming, he would have drawn one of his cutlasses and just planted it into the ground to brace himself before the shockwave.
Cheater.
Fucking show off.
To explain the only reason why he's the only person still standing.
You just hear a large as Grundle just like hits the ground and she goes, "Oh, what just happened?" Just slowly sits back up or tries to.
And once again, the night grows quiet.
As a citizen of Grandthorn, have I ever seen anything like this before?
You have not.
Finn, you all right?
I think so.
Okay.
What was that?
No. I don't know, pal.
All right.
All right. On your feet. A lot of you. Let's go.
Grendel goes and helps up her mother and father if need be.
Godi helps up anybody who is left, unless he's the last one standing.
Perfect. After everyone kind of corrects themselves and picks themselves up from this event, Grendel's father will approach you, Godi. So where to now? Thank you, by the way, getting us all out of there.
Pay it no minds. And he just starts to try to think back. I believe our destination was a nearby town or village that Emrys had died to. Is that what our next bunny hop was? I do not recall the name of the town though.
Isilra.
Isilra, like Isildur, but Ra.
Yes.
Got it. Yeah.
That was the inspiration.
I caught you, son of a bitch. Godi would respond, we make for the town of Isilra.
Sure, that's at least 3 days' travel.
It is, but further we are from this city, the better for your family in particular.
Agreed. Silva would be distant enough, for starters.
We have enough supplies for the lot of us for 3 days. Do we? Or do we not?
We should.
Good. We can supplement our shortcomings doing some hunting runs in early mornings, but keep close to the camp. Don't wander far.
Oh, I'm really good at hunting. I would be happy to help.
But now let's make haste away from the city. We need to cover some ground before we seek shelter.
It's a good idea.
Dawn's probably 2 hours out. But I agree. The further we are from the city, the better chances we have of making camp somewhere.
All right. When everyone's ready, we'll make for... Gordy, if you have a minute, I need to talk to you.
Gordy would nod, and as we have an escort, wait, don't we? Or
No, he was just waiting for us.
just close the door. Okay.
Yeah.
Just double checking. All right. But yeah, once we kind of get everybody moving, go to either finding William's place in the march and following him.
I wasn't there for saw the oh no, I was there. Saw the locations of all the paragons. But with your sharp mind, I think it would be best that we start plotting our next course. Do you recall the nearest location after we arrive to Isilra?
After we get to Isilra, I agree. For now, we have families with us, and it has been all night, and not just a night of traveling. It has been a particularly difficult night for all of us. We need time before we can plot our plan, a next large move.
Have you seen anything like that back there before?
The forge creature?
No, the beam of light that was
Oh.
got up into the sky.
Confirming that the answer is no from His Majesty Lord GM.
Yes, that is correct.
Have not seen it. Have I read about anything?
You can make an Arcana check.
Guidance. Alrighty, come on. Big money, big money. 13, 14, 15 plus 9 is a 24.
Was obviously a lot of magical energy. Akin to the if you would have seen something like that before or read about something, the heart of a dying star is about the only thing that would come to mind. That level of energy and concentration in one spot.
Remind me which deity governs over the stars?
Myrla.
Now I'm worried.
Yep. Yep. I don't like that.
Give me 1 second here. What is that? Azran. Ah, yes. Give me 1 second. It's somewhere here.
Would you allow me to roll a second d20 since I'm a Circle of Stars druid specifically because of my Ella and see if I can make that 24 higher?
Oh, that 24 is fine. I'm
Damn it.
trying to find it. It's going to give you. You can if you would like to, but it's high enough.
If you're saying that it's high enough, like that's
It's high
okay.
enough.
I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not rolling for a high score. I want to make sure that I have
High
access
score.
to all of the.
What does that mean?
yeah.
Did I break it? Is it broken? Did I break? What does high score mean?
Oh man.
Damn it! What's that from?
Grandma's Boy.
That is Grandma's Boy. I love that movie.
There we go. Search. Here we go. As you comb through your memories, one thing would come to mind, and shoot, where is it? As I comb through my lore documents, thank you. Azran's Tear. That story, that legend would come to mind.
And what are the cliff notes of this story?
I am pulling those up now. Hopefully. Go. The legend of Azran the Seeker. Before the world had settled into its current shape, there was a man named Azran the Seeker. He was not a king, a warrior, nor a priest. He was a scholar, driven by a hunger to unravel the mysteries of creation itself.
Uh-oh.
Azran believed the world was flawed, and the imperfections of flesh, stone, and magic could be purified if only one understood the essence of true permanence. He spent decades studying the great celestial forces, the elemental titans, and above all, the Emperor Paragon. Azran was convinced that the Paragon's essence was the secret to immortality, invincibility, and a perfect form. And so, against all wisdom and warning, he sought to claim a piece of it for himself. For years, Azran followed the Paragon's path, waiting for a moment of weakness, a chance to take what was never meant for mortal hands. The moment came when the Paragon, in an age-old battle with a force unknown, shed a single molten tear, a droplet of its essence, shimmering between liquid and solid, holding within it the secret of its undying nature. As this particular part of the story flashes through your mind, you remember seeing the Emperor Paragon piece that you had delved into the depths of it for, shifting between liquid and solid as you were attempting to retrieve it.
I remember.
With a vessel of enchanted glass, Azran captured the falling tear and fled into the night. He called his prize the Tear of Azran, or Azran's Tear, believing that with it, he would reshape himself, his body, his mind, perhaps even the world itself. And in the solitude of his tower, he drank the tear. At first, it seemed he had succeeded. His skin took on the glow of polished amber. His body felt stronger, unyielding. His mind expanded, touching the thoughts beyond his own. The flow of time itself becoming something he could grasp. But perfection is a lie, and the Emperor Paragon does not suffer thieves. Azram's form began to shift uncontrollably, his body caught between liquid and solid, flowing like molten gold in one moment and freezing into rigid, lifeless crystal the next. His bones became unbreakable, but they also refused to bend. His flesh became immortal, but it could no longer hold a shape of its own. His mind, once keen and boundless, became fractured, filled with ceaseless whispers of the Paragon's fury. He begged for death, but death would not take him. In his final act of desperation, Azran cast himself from the highest peak, hoping to shatter and end his torment. But when his body struck the earth, it did not break. Instead, it sank to the ground like honey into sand, dissolving into a slow-moving pool of living amber, forever melting, reforming, and screaming.
All right, honey. Good night.
And these are the bedtime stories they told. Behave yourself, or I'll make you drink Azran's tear.
Golly, Miss Molly. Alrighty.
So that is
So
Azran's. Yes.
that does make me worried. Because if that is what I am thinking of when I see this beam of light, we went down and we almost got this piece of the Ember Paragon, which we are now assuming is Azran's tear. And we were unsuccessful, but KD went back and reclaimed it. And we did not get it. KD has it. So if I think that light is Azran's tear, and Azran's tear is in the hands of KD, I'm going to try to see if that little the Discord call is still going on.
You got unlimited minutes.
Oh, thank God. Please tell me you're still breathing.
As much as I must.
Are you still within the city?
That would be unwise.
Do you still have the shard of the Paragon?
It is safe. Is your group safe?
We are. Did you see that burst from the city?
I did.
Do you have any working theories? Because unless you have done something very stupid with our newly acquired possession, I am out of theories.
My familiar was able to catch quite an exemplar show. It appears as though certain dwarf felt compelled to answer my suggested call and had a exchange with certain fire and brimstone creature that seemed to be chasing your friend William.
And this light was the expiration of that creature?
Indeed.
Excellent. This is Toro still alive?
He was taken after the battle, but something tells me he won't be detained for long. He was breathing, though. Resilient one, that is.
If you can give him our thanks.
I cannot promise that, but if the opportunity ever presents itself, I'll make sure to do so.
With that, to finally answer William's question, Gori will respond audibly after pondering for quite some time. I've not seen anything like that, and I only know one thing, that it could have been. However, It seems that our mysterious benefactor was witness to this event and knows its source. The Forge Guardian has been destroyed by none other than Thoroughbred Stone.
Yeah. Saved my skin in there.
Appears he saved all of ours.
Wouldn't have had to had you not gone out that fucking. Never mind. Shut up.
I had a run in with your KD on the ground. She wasn't too keen on she, it, they, whatever the form they choose. Made a not so subtle threat towards me, but put into perspective my self-destructive tendencies. So, I have them to thank. I'm still here with you.
I had such a tight up. Sorry.
You're muted, Chris.
I'm back.
Thank you. Grendel, as the party makes their way through this forest, the moonlight still permeating the trees every once in a while. You've walked in silence so far, just pondering the losses, what's next, just all the things that you've been caught up in since you left a small little brewing village. And your father walks closer and closer with each step. And as he strides next to you, a warm, comforting voice that feels so familiar, like a dream you've had 1,000 times. Are you still holding strong, Torflower? Are you all right?
Grendel, while she is walking, she's druid crafting, and she's doing nothing but druid crafting bluebells, which reminds her of Helene. And she is currently weaving it into this extremely complex flower crown. And she kind of looks up from it. She's not really trying to hide anything. You can tell she is mentally exhausted, but she still kind of gives her usual Grendel smile, and she goes, I am okay, Papa. It's just I started out this journey with just looking for my Helene and making sure that my mama and papa were protected. And then I met you guys, and I met Mr. Goldie and William and Emrys, and with all this danger going on around us, it makes me realize that I've gained so much more that I can lose, and it kind of scares me a little bit.
You are wise to be afraid of losing that which you love. Many times it's what gives you strength when the hard times come.
I feel it gives me strength, but then there's these other very, especially in the last few weeks with everything that has been going on, there are these other ugly feelings that just keep bubbling up that I don't like to feel. Just the anger and
and rage, and I want to protect the people I care about. But I also fear, what if I end up becoming the danger to them? Or what if I'm not strong enough to protect the people that I care about? I'm just wondering if this is all going to be worth it in the end. And I also I very much miss my Helene. I haven't seen her in so long. This is the longest time that we have been apart. And
Hmm.
I just hope she's safe.
Distance is very hard.
I don't know.
We've been apart for a very long time, Dahlia.
Mm-hmm.
And I have faith that you will see your Helene much sooner than you've seen us. And if I can, I will help you.
Papa, you got Mama to take care of, and my brother, and this is my mission that I am going on. I don't want anyone else that I care about to be put in danger because of it. I'm willing to carry that burden of whatever dangers to come, whatever blood remains on my hands. I'm willing to carry that burden as long as I can get my Helene back. I don't want anyone else to have to bear such witness.
You said a moment ago that you were afraid that you wouldn't be strong enough.
There's a lot of really strong people we're fighting against.
Yes, I'm sure there are. But you know, I've found over the years that he takes the underside of your bicep in his hand. It's not the strength of one's arms that matter. It's the strength of their heart. And Tall Flower, your heart is stronger than 1,000 armies. Your rage and your anger, you might want to talk to your mother about that. She's had those issues as well. You know, she's a half fire giant, you know. So that's, I think that's where you get your feisty personality.
Mama's half fire giant?
Oh, yes, yes. Her father was an elf, and her mother was fire giant.
That would explain why Mama is so tall for an elf.
Very much curious how that anatomy works, but
Smash. Yes, her incredible height came from that, and I'm assuming yours did as well. My side of the family is a little bit shorter. No one over 8 feet tall. So.
Well, I guess that could be where I got my my fiery personality from, huh, Papa?
That's definitely where you got your spirit, and your beauty, and your kindness, and your love.
I just hope it's enough.
It is.
I just really hope it is.
You are more than enough. For whatever quest you decide to have, for whatever adventure you set your heart to, you are more than enough.
Grendel just gives like a very soft smile, and she kind of like wraps her arms around her papa. As she does so, she puts the flower crown that she made on his head, and she goes,
The only thing I can really do is try my best and make sure I keep training so I can be stronger, both physically and with my heart. I'm not sure if I can strengthen my brain all that much, but I can try. I'll try to do that too, because I need like as many different kinds of strengths that I can gather up all into one, so then I can have super strength when I go to the abyss and I beat up Mr. Balls.
No.
In Grendel, you watch as your father is ripped from the eighth.
No.
Grendel killed God! Oh my god!
All of a sudden, you just see everybody getting Thanos.
Dusted. We're all dusted.
Goldie, I don't feel so good.
Oh, no.
I am the dungeon master now.
Got the Peter Parker treatment from Grendel.
Oh, you know it would hurt with fucking Grendel.
Goldie hears
Hey,
in his
oh,
head.
oh.
Goldie hears Katie on his head. There was no other way.
You son of a bitch.
Prison. Now. Jail.
How dare you?
And now a word from our sponsors.
That's it. That's the word from our sponsors.
It's the word from our sponsors. I hope you like it.
The word from our sponsors. Snack time. Did you eat today? Did you drink water?
This is yes. This is a perfect time to remind yourselves to stay hydrated during the summer time here in the United States, especially here in Arizona, where we did a whopping breaking 117 degree Fahrenheit summer today. That was hot.
Was hot.
117 degrees F. F standing for fuck off. Why do you live here? Like
that's Arizona for you. That's great. That's wonderful. That's Phoenix more so. All this concrete, just conductive. But yeah, no. While we're waiting for our lovely dungeon master to return from purgatory with his internet, if you like what we do, we have plenty of other shows that we stream weekly, bi-weekly, and now some to be announcedly.
You came for to be diced, and yeah, guess what? Now it's to be announced.
But yeah, Star Wars every Tuesday so far. We have some occasional interruptions, but to be diced is Edge of the Empire is every week. After this next coming Thursday, we will be consistently with a bi-weekly schedule for Tales of Vardin, and as well as Valley of Endless War. And we are so excited to have Frontiers of Eberron returning to us with Michael St. Gregory headlining that as our Dungeon Master. We have 2 episodes launched so far, and we can't wait to see how that little band of adventurers progresses. I'm, for one, looking for the synergy that Holiday and Silas had in this new group. Is those two, Holiday and Silas, bounced off each other so well in those combat situations, and I can't wait to see what these other ones are up to.
You hear that, Lily? It's what you have to live up to. I see you in the chat. Lily is in that show.
Yeah. Other than that, is there any other activities that members of the cast and crew of To Be Diced Adventures are up to? Outside projects or anything like of that nature?
There's an audio thing that I have been invited to be a part of.
Ooh.
Don't have all the details yet, but I think from what I heard, the premise is very much a Victorian steampunk vibe where we are actually like insects in the wall of a library.
Ooh.
It's like a whole world with like politics and everything, and so everything happens in the cracks through the walls, I guess. Like that's what I have gathered so far. I may be wrong about this.
Very interesting synopsis. I like it.
But yeah, I when I was reached out, I was like, you had me at Victorian steampunk. So,
Yeah.
It's giving
But,
Bugs Life mixes the borrowers.
yes, it
I like
absolutely.
it.
Also, if you guys are interested, I do have the notes that I took when I described to Dia the breakdown of the battle between Toro and the Incinerator.
Let's go ahead and give a little behind the scenes peek into that.
So while we wait for Chris, and now that Cody has learned what was that happened,
Which is absolutely wonderful because Matt did know. Matt got to sit here and watch that happen.
yes. So while William was getting away from this thing, at one point there was a wall that was raised in the last episode, which was raised by no other than Toro Brightstone, the barbarian, charismatic barbarian dwarf. The incinerator attacked the wall. The wall was able to hold on it the first turn of the incinerator, and then it brought it down on its second turn. The creature then continued to walk, but it wasn't focused on Toro, and so he didn't need to use his attack on that. But what he did was he used his Warpick, which has a charge of tremors, to make this thing do a saving throw. It succeeded, but it didn't get Toro's attention. He sort of took the opportunity to attack as it walked by him, but instead of attacking, he grabbed one of the magical spheres the incinerator had on his belt. When Toro took the thing, it prickled him, took his blood into it. The gem turned red, and the incinerator finally stopped and turned their attention to Toro. Toro then decided to crush the sphere in his hand, which had a core metalloid, succeeded, revealing that the blood was inside. And then after that, the incinerator charged at Toro and dealt over 70 points of damage, which thankfully for Toro being a bear totem barbarian only took half of that. Because so it left him at 60 something HP. Toro looked at this thing, being a craftsman, trying to understand the build of it. He realized it was an armor of sorts, but there were separation pieces like lava. And so he decided to try to put a dent in it and use his third charge over the earth tremor. The incinerator failed and fell prone. Toro attacked with advantage, dealing 30 plus points of damage. The incinerator attacked Toro again, landing both hits, dealing another ton of damage that was halved. Toro got to 13 HP total. Toro's, and then he attempted to use his impaled legendary, which we witnessed in the first encounter that this incinerator had. So Toro had to make a save, which he succeeded. And role played it as the blade that came thrusting to attempt to impale him. He grabbed the blade with his hand to prevent it going deep, just using his mighty strength. He attacked again with no advantage. One of his strikes failed, the other succeeded. Chris then rolled to see if the incinerator regained his super crazy damage power move that you know as Incinerate, which you also witnessed disintegrate someone on the first revelation of this thing. And it did get it back. So this thing unleashed his incinerator special ability at Toro, dealing 30 plus damage. Toro was 13 points. However, Relentless Rage, when you're brought down to 0 HP, you can roll a con save, DC 10, to see if you are brought down to 1 HP. Toro succeeded the roll, so he's at 1 HP. And I described to Chris that Toro actually pretends that he is fully defeated. So Toro, basically after getting this blast of incineration, his body literally just stands like wobbly and then just falls to his knee. His war pick falls to the side. And then this thing, after seeing him and thinking that he finally defeated, the incinerator actually falls to his knees as well, because Toro had put a lot of dents on it. And Toro basically says, after the incinerator draws the blade out of Toro's body, falls to his knees, and he watches it, Chris tells me you have 10 HP. The incinerator was at 10 HP left. Toro basically, after this thing drops and doesn't attack him further because thinks Toro is defeated, Toro literally goes, I really like that coat. And after that, Toro grabbed this thing by the face and started bashing his head on it repeatedly before it went behind it, grabbed it by the neck, grabbed the arm, and basically yanked and used all his strength and ripped off the face of this thing and the arm. And as he did that, from the center of the body of this thing, that light shot up to the sky.
Smash.
And that's the light that you guys saw. And what a perfect timing.
Got it. All right. Grendel, I heard the last thing I heard was balls, which is
Oh. No, literally, it pretty much ended right after that. She was like, and
Right
then I'm
there.
going to go to the abyss, and I'm going to beat up Mr. Balls and get my Helene back.
He gives you a little side squeeze and embrace as you keep walking, and then just is happy to sit there in silence or listen to whatever else you have to say as the party makes their way further in.
Grendel will still start info dumping on all different kinds of flowers that are in Helene's shop.
You will listen to all of it just intently and supportive as well.
While the group is traveling, William's going to be looking actively for he's looking for decent cover, probably preferably underground. If there's a cave or something like that we can all slip into, or that would be preferable. But shrubbery to help conceal the cart, so on and so forth, just to get us off the road and out of sight.
As you make your way through this this bramblewood, there are animal paths, and there are no real roads. You're trying to find your way through this thick, dense, twisting, gnarled wood. Make a perception check for me.
Boy, oh boy, I wish we had a short rest so I could have some fucking superiority die to help me with these things.
Wouldn't it be nice if we could take a nap? What shit just wants us fucking dead?
Matt, you forgot to sing it well. It sounds like you're sobbing.
Anybody got West or some shit? It's gonna be a 14.
14. You're looking through, and the type of tree has changed a little bit from a tall, straight-standing pine or birch type tree to ones that are more oak-like and sprawling, moss hanging from their boughs. Moving through it, brushing against your shoulder, having to move it out of the way of your face, you see a few ruins, some old stones and archways in the midst of all of these gnarled and twisted, sprawling trees. There could potentially be something left of the rest of the structure, possibly even an underground storage or continuing of the structure itself still having some sort of integrity underground. But you would have to get closer to really know.
Yeah. Seeing this, you'll signal for the rest of the group to take a quick short halt and turn to Emerus. Emerus, you and I should take a look at this. This might be a perfect spot to make camp.
Right.
The rest of you, keep concealed. We'll be back.
Grendel immediately shrinks down, like she squats down, so she doesn't seem like as noticeable, but she is still very much noticeable.
And then William will head forth with Emrys to scout out these ruins.
As you get closer, you all begin to hear small whispers.
Uh-oh.
Soft at first, like the rustle of fabric or silk sheets. Shadows lengthen, even where no sun falls. The second voice moves through and echoes on the tail end of that one, more brittle, like old bark. They move. They feed. Where the light fails. You see them, don't you? In the corner of your eye.
I don't like that at all.
The wind goes through these trees, and a willow vine moves out and caresses your cheek, William. And another voice, almost childlike, wistful and hollow. The Red Crescent watches? A hunter's moon? No? No. A herald? Blood tides will rise for me. As you move closer to these ruins, old, eroded with time and the weight of the sun that once graced its walls. This was a noble's house outside the city. Go ahead and make me perception checks, Emrys and William.
Oh boy. Hey,
I need you to make a wisdom save to see if they are at disadvantage or not because of the whispers.
so wisdom save first?
Wisdom save first.
Well, that's not my strong suit, so that's great. Good.
That'd be a 5 on that old wisdom save. And perception was 11. But I'll roll it again.
11
That
for
was
wisdom
worse.
save. Does 11
Hey.
save?
11 does not save, so these perception checks will be at disadvantage as these trees are giving you the heebie-jeebies.
Oh no, that sucks because one was a 19, the other is a 7, so that's a 14 on my perception again.
Okay. And Emrys?
11.
11 on perception, perfect. You move through these unsettling whispers around you from these willows. You move around the corner through an archway and are able to spot William just about 15 feet in front of you are some old stairs.
Mhm.
Heading down rather steeply and quickly. The moon coming through the trees allows you to see maybe 10, 15 feet down before it begins to curve gently inward as it continues to descend further down. Above these stairs a wall behind it, and on the top, two statues. One probably from the waist down uh, and just broken. The other mostly intact, except for a large section out of the middle that has eroded and fallen. The one on the right um, has a sword outstretched, pointing towards the city, or in the direction of the city. You've traveled far enough that the city is no longer in view at this time from where you're at. But that is what you have. The whispers continue and fade, return and fade, and just give you an unsettling feeling.
Is this consistent with like my basic knowledge of this area?
It's pretty well known that you're not supposed to really travel this bramblewood at night.
Okay.
There's a lot of wildlife out here that tends to be rather dangerous to most travelers, anyways. As any old forest, as old and ancient as this, there's always stories and rumors of witches and werewolves and vampires and that sort
Ancient
of thing.
evils, yeah.
Yeah. Ghosts in the night, things you tell your kids so that they don't like sneak out and
Get hurt.
get hurt. Exactly. So yeah.
All right. Other than the statues and the stairs, nothing out of the ordinary that between the two of us that we spot.
Between the two of you, no.
All right. Emrys, anything out of the ordinary for you, right?
Besides the general creep fucking factor going to 10, no.
It's pretty consistent with this city. Well, these woods, I should say. Just try your best to ignore it. Let's not wander far from each other. There are evils out here. Let's get the rest of the group here and make camp for the night.
All right.
All right. With that, I mean, it's better than nothing, but he's definitely not thrilled about the voices and but this is the best shelter that we're going to find for the time being. So he calls over the rest of the group to make camp.
Grendel picks up her mama and helps carry her down and lets her parents get settled and comfortable before she goes back over with the group by the fire. With whatever they're doing.
As you settle in, it's like any underground cellar-like situation. Part of the wall has collapsed in that would have led to a larger area into the structure, but you have a comfortable enough setting here, enough room for everyone to sit comfortably and have their own space to rest. There are a few animal bones, as if something has made this their den for some time, but nothing fresh or concerning at this time.
Yeah. William's going to be taking up first watch as the rest of the group seems pretty battered as is.
Grendel actually will be the first to volunteer for first watch. She's actually in pretty decent shape, and she will see how like shitty William looks right now.
He's pretty beat right now.
as he like literally volunteers, Grendel goes over. She picks him up by his upper arms. She goes, "No, you look like shit. Like more shit than usual. Like more dead than you usually look. You need to go Betty Buys, okay? So here we go. She's gonna walk him over the cot. She's gonna just sit him down, and she is going to like aggressively tuck him in."
Thank you. I guess.
I will take first watch.
Okay. I'm gonna go take care of some things first, but you can have first watch. Fine, that's fine. Before everyone else gets bedded down, he does call over Emrys and Godi again. One more time. Well, so while we were all on our own escapades within Grand Sorn, I've learned something about myself with Grendel. And I'm consulting with the likes of you because you guys understand magic better than I. It appears there was a time where I was on the verge of being inducted into the Midnight Court in my past life. But it conflicted with my morals and beliefs, so I rejected the offer. Somebody, and by somebody I mean Valerius, didn't take too kindly to that and did something to me. Exiled me and made me believe. He erased everything I knew and replaced it with lies. What kind of magic can do that? And how far can that magic go?
Might Matt divulge magics that he is fully aware of? Rules as written? If that's the case, Godi is going to speak slowly as if to kind of deliver this news gingerly. There are stronger enchantment magics that can, for lack of a better term, modify a memory or memories. Once the effect has taken hold, it is permanent until dispelled in some way, shape, or form. It is not based on proximity to whoever cast it or any such limitation of that matter.
But you're saying it can be, whatever he did can be removed.
If it is still there, then yes. I was going to do this anyway, His Majesty Lord Dion, but in this moment I would like to cast Detect Magic. Just hearing about some spooky bones and some spooky voices. Well, the voices would be totally meta, but the spooky bones at least. Making sure that there's nothing odd going on in this area.
Funny that you mentioned that, because as if on cue, as you are casting this, imagery is being relayed to you. And it starts with what seems to be the POV of something that is above the trees and flying over a forest. And then suddenly you realize that this view spots you and the party. And then as it does, it keeps moving and scanning. And then slowly at one point, the eyes of the flying POV spot a figure making their way through the woods about a mile from your location. And that intact statue seems to have moved slightly. And that's all the information that you get through your mental link.
I'm still going to Detect Magic real quick, which is only a 30-foot radius, definitely not a mile.
Did we just walk into a mimic's mouth?
That's a good idea.
We've already technically
Writing
kind of
that
done that, haven't we?
down.
We don't need to hear about your personal life, Taylor.
Hey, yo.
You destroyed her with that.
As
I have
you
no
detect
response.
magic in that 30-foot radius, whatever magical items that the party has will alight on that. And with that, a familiarity. Something that really got you started on this journey. As you cast Detect Magic, it's not that it's detecting magic, it's detecting the void of it. The roots that permeate the stone of this structure seem to pull at the edges of the lights that are emanating from the magical items of each individual person, as if hungry. The bramblewood is sick. The corruption of the abyss and the ooze are prevalent here.
Okay. Without finding a source of that, there's nothing really that good we can do in this moment.
Does it feel similar to what the tier was causing to the town and the people? Like it's seeped through to the forest?
This feels like that time that magic dropped and your head began to split, and the Shadow Queen went catatonic.
Mm.
But at a much lower level. It's like an annoying, it's one of those like headaches that isn't a headache yet. It's just numb and continuous at just this really annoying level that just gets you agitated because you're like, if you're gonna hurt, just hurt. Like, just give me a headache so I can take Tylenol and be done with it, or go away. But it's there. It's there. That coupled with the whispers and the unsettling nature of this particular area kind of all runs together in that same feeling. As you bed down further night, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, we're not bedding down yet. Don't you get ahead of me.
Absolutely not. Go
We
ahead.
just put the tinfoil hat back on, sir.
They have not.
William was a former member of the Midnight Court. What?
Yeah. Well, that sucks. Anyway, let's go to bed. I'll tell you guys about the vision I got from KD in the morning when we're dead. But yeah, no. Using Detect Magic in this moment with the intent of hearing this from William, I would like to focus the Detect Magic upon William to see if there are any particular schools of magic radiating from him. I'm expecting necromancy, but I am looking for enchantment.
Okay.
If there are others, that's bonus, but to answer his question, I am looking for the school of enchantment, which would govern such spells as modify memory.
Okay. I need you to give me a contested Arcana roll.
May I guidance?
Of course.
Okay.
As you sit here and focus this detect magic, yes, you see the vague outline of this green aura, these scale-like protrusions on the outside of William's skin that are invisible to other people at this time. A faint outline of Calibrand just continuously hovering over William as they are conjoined and one. You focus it further into his mind, his soul, trying to dig deeper into that, and you feel as though you've caught something, but it's like smoke that runs through your fingers. So, contested Arcana roll, please.
Okay. Would you like to know mine first, or would you like to say yours first?
Mine's not great, so let's see how far you beat me.
Well, this is also not great for Gody.
Okay.
Gody has a 19.
18.
Hey!
Oh,
And some modifiers on that, but hey, fuck it. You grasp for it, and it moves. You chase it around, and eventually pin it. And it is enchantment. What do you do with that?
I would like to do things with it for sure. However, Gody has just been given some more pressing information. So, or do I feel like this is a now or never kind of deal, and I might not be able to catch it again?
You'll be able to find this again. This is not
Okay.
anything that is going to go away.
As
The catching it is more so just the layers of hiding that they've folded this into. They've
Right.
put this super deep
okay.
into somewhere where most people wouldn't find it. Like you're a very skilled person, so your average Arcanium mage wouldn't be able to find this even in a rudimentary. Hey, let's see what you got. Nope, cool, you're good.
Gody's well above average in this regard. So with that being said, as Gody kind of like, I'll say like visually when he started doing this, kind of sort of put a hand like a bit on the side of William's head and just kind of like was focusing, looking down at him, which is always an unnerving thing from Gody. But anyway, after a minute, he just kind of like seems to pull back from it and goes, "There is still enchantment upon you, and I can do something about it. However, I've been giving more pressing information, as KD has shown to me that somebody approaches about a mile away from where we are, and a certain statue has changed positions."
that's not fucking good.
I still have spells left. I can assist with what might happen with this individual or this statue.
I've got the Weaver, so I've always got my rogue skills.
We can. Grendel said that she is still. She volunteered for First Watch. She should still be capable for whatever might happen.
We should take what time we have now to at least rest up, get some of our strength back. But I don't think with this person looming, we should fully bed down. they are headed this way.
Cody's
It's
going
one thing
to.
after the other, mate.
Cody's going to try to ping back to KD and basically just see if there's any way that he can get more information on this individual or that statue.
You get what you get back is not like a actual response. It's more like a feeling, and it's a feeling that also, like in a way, sort of makes you inclined to, for a brief moment, sort of look up. And when you do, you just see like the last blur of this like winged creature that now has moved in the direction of that individual that they spotted in the distance. So like the familiar is making their way now to try to get a closer look at this individual.
Beautiful. Goy will find a spot where he has a clear ability to look in that direction and then take a seat. And over the next 10 minutes, try to cast Augury as a ritual.
I've got one more invisibility. Let's go. I'll sneak out there and see what's going on.
William's also going to separate himself from Caliban and advise Caliban to take a look as well.
Oh, fine.
Not like you have to worry about walking on your own two legs all the time.
That's what I have you for.
Appreciate
it. Grendel, since you have taken first watch, where would you have placed yourself? At the top of the stairs, at the bottom of the stairs, a little bit further back? Sorry.
Probably wherever is most. No, it's fine. I should not have like eaten that shrimp, but my brain was like shrimp.
It's gotta have shrimp.
Oh, gotta have shrimp. So I would say Grendel would probably make sure her back is like to a wall, and she would be facing whichever area is like the most exposed.
Okay. Yeah.
What I need to make hot sauce.
William's going to have the sniper rifle pulled out and ready.
Okay.
Clip that. We need that saved forever on the internet.
No! Why is it spicy? Because I made it that way. Anyway, she would probably. I apologize. She'll probably be facing wherever is like most exposed. Like kind of make sure her crew is somewhat behind her. Granted, I think she would like be so like attentive to like everything around her, she probably wouldn't realize like if the group is up and doing something else. So she is like aggressively like head on a swivel as William taught her and everything, and is just pretty much taking in all the most exposed areas that she can see of where threats could come into where they are camping.
You kind of peek your head through and take an assessment of the area of where different columns and perhaps cover could be found between the trees and the ruins of this place. And you take your stance in a good position, back against the wall, head on a swivel, and you look to the top of the stairs, and you continue your watch. And with your head on a swivel, for a moment, you take your eyes down to look at the rest of the party, make sure everything's fine there, and just a moment and back, and you see the tip of a sword, stone, at the top of the stairs, pointed towards the city, or in the direction that you guys had traveled from.
Was it there before?
Moment. Go. It was not there before.
Okay.
A moment
I'm gonna
more.
Go touch it.
A moment more, and your eyes return to that spot The back of the statue is now visible.
Is this some
Make a
weekend game
perception
angel
check.
shit? I swear to God. I swear to God. I got a motherfucking, like, Doctor Who tattoo. I have a serious fear about this. Oh my God. Guys, we're fucked. We're fucked.
Make a perception
Unless the
check for
doctor
me,
shows
please.
up here, we're screwed. Actually, I feel like Lady Dorset would be the doctor. That will be a 16. You said perception?
Mm-hmm.
It'll be a 16 plus 16 minus 2 for a 14.
Okay.
What
In the
was
distance,
that?
you hear the hoot of an owl, and the statue is what you see so far on your watch.
After realizing that the statue has moved, Grendel is gonna like just kind of like stare down the statue. And she's gonna take a moment, she's gonna just kind of like look back at the party, and then she's gonna like see if she can like try and catch like the statue moving like a game.
So you look away and then right back at it.
Yeah.
You fool.
Grendel doesn't know any better. I do.
As you do, it is closer. So the top of the stairs, and there's kind of this stairwell that kind of acts as a hallway without a roof on it. And it is about 5 to 10 feet closer to you. And the sword no longer points towards the city.
Grendel is keeping her eyes on the statue, and she is taking out her ballista. And as she is doing, she goes, "Guys!" She's like her hands like shaking as she puts it in. She goes,
I know I'm not that smart, but are statues supposed to move?
No, Grendel. It's not.
Well,
No.
I think that one there, it was at the top of the steps, and now it is. I looked away for like just a second, and then I looked back, seeing if I could catch it, and now it's closer, and I'm not going to fucking move my sight from this statue until you guys come over here and do something about it. What, Goldie, Mr. Goldie, can you use your whoosh magic on this thing?
Is this a bad time for me to ask for the results of Godi ritual casting augury specifically for the action of the next 30 minutes? Staying in this location. Our options are wheel for good results, woe for bad results, wheel and woe for both, and nothing if it's not especially good nor bad.
You cast this ritual, and the answer returns to you just as this question comes through from Grendel. And it's nothing.
"What?"
Not especially good or bad.
I hate this. I hate this so much. I just want to rest. I just want a short rest.
The closest thing to nap time you're gonna get at this point, William, is probably death. So we'll see how this goes.
I just want my goddamn superiority die.
Godi will, like, with that, just like curious, gather the runes back up and I'm back in his bag. Stand and make his way over to Grendel's position to see this statue.
From the bottom of the stairs, it's visible. It wasn't there when you entered, and now it stands above. Sword no longer pointing towards the direction that you came. Instead, it is point down
As if.
As if to the next action would be to thrust.
And how close is it?
To you, about 20 feet. To where Grendel is, it's within that 5-foot distance.
She has her ballista aimed at it.
Right at the freaking face.
And its current position is that of attempting to impale Grendel.
Oh, look, I've been impaled.
Okie dokie, artichokey. Yeah, How do we
Weather like
go about
this-
this?
What's the weather like in this dismal place, DM?
Same as before. Morning mists are beginning to roll pretty low to the ground.
Sun's getting real low, big guy.
Skies are fairly clear.
Gordy will, based off of what Grendel said, not take his eyes off of this thing, but like kind of come up behind her, put a hand on her shoulder, like indicating to like take a few steps back and
Grendel, like,
interpose himself with this thing, looking right at it, kind of like up and down, giving it a moment, as like it takes a moment to like look at its eyes, as he then hits the tattoo rune on his arm, points it forward, and casts Thunderwave.
Guys,
Oh my
okay.
Smash.
god! This is why we love
Literally. Double damage because it's not an organic matter. Yeah, buddy.
I think that's Shatter, not Thunderwave.
Ah, shit. You're right. Yeah.
I'll double check though.
I got something for that.
I think it has disadvantage on. Wait, no, that's still Shatter.
It's still Shatter. Yeah, the Thunder Sword doesn't have anything about constructs or anything like that, but it is still thunder damage. Audible boom out to 300 feet. Sorry, guys. But that's going to be 2d8s worth of damage, which I will roll of the thunder variety. 8 points of thunder damage, and if it fails its Constitution saving throw, where it also gets pushed back 10 feet away from me. But if it succeeds, it does not move.
That's a 5.
Okay, save DC is actually 19, thanks to the Greatstone Gauntlets.
Damn.
Jeez.
So it will take 8 points of damage and get thrown back, along with everything else that is unsecured in the 15-foot cube in front of me, 10 feet back.
It is thrown back against one of the archways, one of the pillars of the archway, along with a few larger stones that were laying there that had the cement and concrete and plaster had eroded. So this large block comes up. It's going to take 16 points of damage instead of 8. It'll take double damage as this other stone impacts. It hits the wall, it impacts, and the whole thing shatters, crumbling into small pieces onto the ground. And you hear, well, that was the last one I had. And that's where we're going to go to break.
You motherfucker.
You're welcome.
Oh, motherfucking weeping angels on us. And you do this. And I inhaled hot sauce.
Drink water, get snacks. We'll be right back in 5 minutes. As the statue shatters against the pillar, you would hear the flutter of fabric and the words. Oh, that was the last one I had. Hello? Excuse me?
Who are you?
Whoever's there. No, who are you?
No, who are you first? You tell me, or I make you go Betty Buys.
How many of you are there?
Lot more than you, it seems.
All right, at least
So
two.
what's your
Perfect.
name?
What's
It
your
is very
name?
rude to not give. It is very rude, especially when you interrupt people trying to sleep, that you do not give them your name.
I'm going to come around this corner now.
Slowly.
Of course.
With your hands in the air, however many of them you may have.
That's rather specific.
That's very progressive of you, Grendel.
Thank you.
Just saying, Gody was going to engage in this conversation. The second that Grendel was like, "No, who are you?" I was like, "Grendel's going to handle this."
You go. You see a tall, slender individual come around the rubble, stepping carefully over the tops of the debris that has just been strewn about the courtyard. You're talking to me about rudeness. It's very rude, I would say, to be in one's home without invitation.
This is your home? It's lovely.
Thank you. Now, it's dawning. Now, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to get indoors.
What?
What would
What?
what would dawn coming need for you to be indoors? It's good for you to get some vitamin D from the sun.
Not for me, unfortunately. Now, if you would put that down, and we can have a more civilized conversation, perhaps. Indoors.
He says, talking to a giant orcish woman with a ballista in his hand, a 6-foot-something Goliath wearing mostly rags and a breastplate covered in tattoos. You want a civilized conversation.
I've had worse.
I'm going to ask you one more time, and then we can have a civilized conversation. What's your name, friend?
My name is Victor Malfort.
Smash?
Does that ring a bell?
The Malfort does? I didn't even meet this NPC, but you guys hate him.
Yeah.
There he is. There he is. There he is. Come on, go ahead. I'll wait for him to unmute. Come on, go ahead.
Oh, I'm already unmuted. Victor Malport, you say?
How do you do?
Yeah, how do you do? Let me go ahead.
Tarzan come flying in off the side was beautiful.
Gotta be fast. Gotta be fast. Gotta be fast.
Victor Malfoy, you say? Any relation to Trevor? Trevor Malfoy?
You be careful with the next words that you say.
You be careful with the next words that you say.
Yeah, we have a bit of a history with that motherfucker.
Like
Recent.
we want to make him go Betty by his history.
Someone else beat you to him.
What? Sorry?
What?
What? He's dead.
I've told you my name. May we please go inside?
Yes, after you tell us your history with him.
As if like parallel visual. This is very like, I imagine it very anime style, like when they draw the effect of like fast speed camera moving through shit. The visuals now are at a significant speed as you are from the POV, you're flying through these trees, like moving through them above branches, under branches. And at one point, you just see the motion turning and pivot as the eyes now spot a hooded figure going at like bad. Like this person is dashing. They're wearing a hood. They're dashing. They're going at fast speed, but the owl is keeping up with the speed as they like move around, move to the side, go through the woods past the path this person is running through, and then now they're just kind of flying and keeping an eye on it parallel to them as they're trying to get out. Would I have an idea of an ETA at this point after having been flying in its direction, the direction of the figure, and like then meeting them?
As you were flying towards them, the party would have been investigating the statue.
Okay. I just saw what you sent me.
Mm-hmm.
This is happening as the owl is perceiving this thing, correct? As they're moving forward?
As they're
doing
moving
this,
forward.
They're doing this intermittent things?
Mm-hmm.
Are they... Do they have like cadence rhythm to it? Like, is it like every certain amount of like distance they do this shift, and then every certain amount and then do the shift?
Yes.
Cody, you see from the POV of this owl that is matching this individual that the hooded figure is running, and then it seems to bamf, and then what you see is a bat that is flying, and then it goes back to hooded figure and then bat, and it's just going back and back over and over. The figure that you see when it's human form, pale skin, red eyes, bangs. Sir DM, I would like to time this so when they bamf into bat form, the owl wants to do a flyby attack.
Okay. Let's go ahead. This is retroactively before they've arrived here with the rest of the party in this conversation, correct?
Correct. I'm basically trying to, this is before it has arrived to the party. This is like, I would like to attempt, what I would like to, because they can do it at will, so it probably wouldn't. I don't think the owl has anything else. Yeah, no. I think what the owl wants to attempt is, the owl is basically going parallel but off the path, so that they're keeping themselves hidden from this figure. So they're basically, would be a surprise attack. They're basically like keeping up with it. The owl actually has more flying speed per turn than this individual.
Okay.
And so what they want to do is they want to take advantage of the moment when this individual is in bat form for them to attempt to strike as the flyby happens, and also basically kill the momentum of the motion. So they're basically attempting to veer to the side and attack horizontally to sort of T-bone the bat to make them break from the speed and the direction that they're going, to at least potentially buy time to the party.
Okay.
While that's happening, I was going to say, while that's happening, like getting that vision, Goldie's going to look at this individual who keeps saying, "Can we please go inside?" And he's going to very bluntly ask, "Do you fear the dawn or what is coming?"
Both.
Where is the door? Grendel, get your parents. Emrys, your family.
Downstairs and to the right.
Lead the way. And we're getting everybody inside.
Does 16 hit the bat?
Okay, kiddos, let's
16
do
does hit the
this.
Grendel has picked up her mom and is
I can just imagine her mom
Also picks up her
saying,
dad.
"I can walk now."
No, Mom, it's fine. I got this. like, isn't that the whole thing when it comes to like children and parents, and we're supposed to take care of you and everything, and like you've also kind of been through a lot, so like maybe you've just
Grendel, keep walking.
But I'm really not that old. I'm not dead yet.
I'm not dead yet. It's only a flesh wound.
That's
Doesn't
only
look too bad.
one HP of 1 point of damage. That's all
Okay.
the owl does.
Perfect.
But it would have been like strike. It's a flyby, so basically no opportunity attacks or anything. It literally
Absolutely.
just like strikes and literally strikes and poof, goes into the other side of the path where the trees are and just continues to like fly around this thing.
I love it. They go down the stairs. And Godi, as he walks by you, you would see the red gleam in his eye.
Looks familiar.
He moves further down and to the right.
Memorized.
Welcome to, I guess, Malfort Manor. Inside, from this dirty, decrepit place, is a comfortable lodging. Not anything super extravagant, but red carpets, silverware, all the comforts of home in what's left of an old wine cellar that has been remodeled into a living space. Please, come in, have a seat, make yourselves comfortable.
Jody makes
Takes
sure
off.
everybody is inside.
Grendel has not taken her eyes off of
Victor.
Victor. I should remember that. Grendel does not take her eyes off of Victor the whole entire time. Like her head is rushing with thoughts of like, does this guy know where Helene is? What is his deal? Should I put a stake through his heart? You're too late. Mr. Balls is a bad name.
He takes off his cloak, hangs it up. The shirt is ripped, and there's a small amount of crimson there as well, as he kind of on the side begins to tend to that quickly. Can I offer you any sort of refreshments? You are, after all, a guest in the Malfoot home. I haven't had guests in quite some time. He begins to wipe the dust off some of the plates. Moves through.
So, what would I know about the Malfoy estate? Is there any history that William would have learned during as a citizen in Grand Soren? I mean, this is just outside of Grand Soren, so I'd imagine there'd be some.
It is outside of Grand Soren, a few miles out, probably 5 to 10 miles out from the city gates.
Like, why is his home in ruins? Why is he living underground? Is his family? Is this entire family rumored to be killed off? And he's like, what's going on here?
Go ahead and make me a history check to see if you.
When he asks,
yeah,
if we would like refreshments, Emrys just goes, "Forgive me for asking, but do you have anything that's not red?"
Yes, actually, I was out getting these this evening, and he pulls out. I'm
wondering if we have maybe different dietary needs.
He pulls out two hair-like creatures, rabbits, but of extraordinary size, with deer-like antlers on their head.
Jackalope.
Look at that.
Hopefully these will suffice. It's getting increasingly rare to find untainted things in this place, unfortunately.
It's a 19 history.
19 history. The Malforts once owned a large quantity of this valley. This estate has degraded over time, as well as the Malfort name almost fading from history. Grand Soren is 500 years old, and the Malfort Manor is twice that at least. So whatever's left of the Malfort Manor is most likely in a museum, and there's probably one or two pieces. It's very forgotten,
Right.
in time.
And it is. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, they didn't found Grand Soren or anything like that. They didn't have that much importance, but they were one of the first families in this valley.
Okay. And is there any rumors as to what happened to them?
Nothing that survived word of mouth. Nothing written down either. Yeah.
Okay. So William's aware of the family name, but doesn't know jack shit about him. Okay, cool. Just knows that he's related to fucking Trevor, the piece of shit that he's gonna send the head of to the Nine Hells, addressed to whomever it may concern. Yeah. Trevor seems to know, or Victor seems to know the name Trevor. So that's good to know.
As you enter in, William, you would see and notice an old painting, very faded, paint peeling off in some spots. With your keen eye for detail, you would notice that some of it has been repainted and restored over the years, but it's still too much to keep up with. It's still missing, like parts of those old Renaissance paintings that are just kind of like chips missing out of the skin and kind of cracked paint and varnish.
Right.
It's that sort of look to it. But it is in a very prominent place in the room, and it is surrounded in probably the most lavish thing in this whole room. The border of this is just a gilded frame.
Okay. And
inside,
go ahead.
Inside is the painting consists of three individuals. A man whose face is completely gone, and a woman, and about a 10 to 12-year-old boy.
Okay. Any likenesses that I would be able to recall? Anybody that I've met?
This 12-year-old has similar characteristics to the individual in front of you. So related, some sort, probably not an exact person. But it doesn't, there are no, if you're looking for Trevor Malfort's face, it's not in here.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, he'll take that into account and just hold on to that for the moment. Just keeping his, once he clocks that, he just keeps his attention focused on this Victor individual.
So, why are you here in the middle of nowhere? I don't get too many visitors. It's out of the way. Traveling, adventurers, some sort.
You could say that, and Cody starts digging through the bag.
All of the above. Actually.
What are you doing out here?
Is it an odd place to make your home?
Yes.
It's a family home. I couldn't bear to leave it.
That's kind of obvious, but why live in squalor?
The rest of it was difficult to maintain. just by myself.
You never did answer my question before. What's your relation to Trevor?
He stands up and takes his glass of wine, walks over to the fireplace, and looks at the painting. Puts his hand on the hearth and turns to you. Trevor Malford was my son.
Does this guy look old enough to be a father?
He's about your age, Emrys.
Not to a full adult man.
He's not like in his 60s or anything, no. Like mid to late 20s.
Emerson's just gonna go into his mess kit, pull out a garlic clove, and just
You're looking rather spry for for a family that's been gone for quite some time.
So you know the Malfort name. Where did you hear this name, Trevor Malfort? It carries a lot with it. And I'd just like to know where you found that.
He just looks at the rest of the group. We've had a lot of run-ins with this Trevor.
Must be a different family then.
Perhaps.
Didn't know that Malfort was a popular name.
Why do you say that? Is it not possible for it to have been your son?
No. It's not.
Why?
You see this boy in this painting here?
Right.
He never lived a day past that age. And it's my fault, if you must know.
To what was the cause of his premature
The
cease?
destruction of this manor. I did lie to you. I'm sorry. I apologize. It wasn't maintenance that brought this estate to its state. It was people like you who decided to take things into their own hands rather than have compassion on misfortune.
That's rough, mate.
Is there a resemblance from this man to the Trevor that we met?
That you know? No.
Could there be a familiar tie? No.
The bone structure is different. It could. With a family that old, it could probably happen just with different, marriages and kids and all sorts
Genealogy,
of genealogy going through that.
Interesting. Interesting. curious that one Malfort seems to be in close proximity of another and have no sort of familial ties to one another.
Where does this Trevor live?
We found
To
him
be
all over.
fair, yeah, he seems to be able to travel quite easily.
He just kind of shows up whenever he feels like being annoying.
That honestly sounds like a Malfort, but could be wrong.
You guys always just show up and creep us out at in particular times. It seems to track so far.
We tend to have that sort of luck, showing up just at the wrong time, just enough to annoy someone. It's something you get used to.
So
Unfortunately.
there is this thing that my therapist told me called breaking the cycle. I think you need to work on it.
I will try.
While this conversation is happening, Gody is walking around with a bag in his hand, handing a certain set of necklaces out to every member of the party and donning one himself.
What are these again?
Above table, these are amulets of proof against detection and location,
Ooh!
which is wonderful. If we could ever fucking rest because they require attunement.
Arnold
shit.
was like, "Oh, it's a pretty necklace," and she immediately puts it on.
Ooh.
Why are you making those noises, Tarzan?
Because somebody's already got 3 attunement slots filled up,
It
probably.
requires attunement, and we have slots that are already.
We're gonna have to make some choices.
Those are very nice trinkets.
Yeah. Nifty for staying out of sight.
And why would such pleasant individuals such as yourselves need to stay out of sight? I'm curious.
Do you and your son share the same gene for eye color?
No.
Is it at all a family trait?
Again, no.
Then
Unfortunately.
who else bearing your same striking red eyes would be encroaching upon this location as we speak? Very fast, as the ability to shapeshift into a bat-like creature.
Well, this day indeed would come. He walks over to a drawer. And pulls a very finely crafted piece of wood that is sharpened into a stake, holding it with the point towards himself.
Whoa!
May
Hold on.
hand?
Just
Do I have that
Just-
still? I don't.
wait a minute.
You're going to do it anyway. I might as well accept it. Place something like this through my chest, correct? Is that why you're here? You're hunting me?
What? No.
No.
Should we?
You found us. We didn't even know you were out here.
We just wanted to take a nap.
Yeah. We thought this place was abandoned.
Please put that down, sir. Gretel's gonna gently go over and she's gonna like just take it and like remove it. And she's like, my therapist told me
that self-harm is not good for you. And this is maybe you should talk to my therapist sometime.
I can't help but feel a little bit cold out about that.
I'm sorry. When do you have time to go to therapy?
Well, I used to go to therapy. Obviously, I haven't gone to therapy recently. Why do you think my anger issues are so bad?
Does your therapist do...
Let's
Day
skip
trips.
back on track
Sorry.
here. We do have
Yes.
another entity on the way here. What does that mean, Mike? Are you expecting someone else?
No, I am the only one of my kind that lives in these parts.
And to be clear, that kind is vampire.
Yes, of course, vampire.
Right.
I mean,
Okay.
it would explain why the Malfoots have been gone for over 500 years yet. So
Right.
surprising, but
To be
also
clear, we've got a lot more fucked up shit going on between us, and vampire's really low on the totem pole, so...
I mean, as long as you're not planning on fucking draining us while we're trying to rest here, I think we could part ways civilly.
I haven't had a decent meal in a very long time.
Oh, you're hungry.
Well, that's not good. Why would you say
But-
that?
But my circumstances have led me to a more humanless diet.
Hence the rabbits.
Yes.
So William is safe.
Grendel's got a few extra liters, I feel, in all those muscles.
Well, he said humanless as he's talking to a orc, a Goliath.
Oh,
Mm.
humanoidless. I mean, William, with all the talks of another entity on the way here, he starts pulling out a couple vials of holy water that he has stashed away in his backpack and starts handing those out to everybody, like aside from Trevor or Victor. I only got 5 vials, so yeah. Emerus, Cody, Grendel.
What
This
is
is-
it? My internet cut out.
Holy water flask.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
am I-
good.
These are kind of very small canteens. Am I supposed to drink it? And she goes,
No, stop it. It's for dealing with whatever's about to come here.
Oh, so we make it drink it. Okay, got it. She's gonna.
That would be an interesting result.
Right.
Oh, Grendel's
Okay.
got ideas.
Godey's going to try to politely stow his, considering that we are now 100% armed against the individual we're having a nice conversation with. That was very much so William just going like, oh, that's nice. Here, everybody have a gun. So how are you doing today?
You do notice that as soon as you start pulling this out and handing it to people, he gets more uncomfortable.
Not for you, mate.
Yeah, sorry.
Hi.
You say you're not expecting anybody. We know that somebody's on the way here. Just, being extra cautious.
I mean, are you expecting anyone?
Apparently he is, and he points over to that Cody.
I've been told by a individual who is a very watchful eye on our shoulders that there was somebody on the way here to our position, approaching very fast.
Oh, God.
Emerus is going to drink a potion.
Oops. Oops. Mm. Mm.
Oh! So,
Well,
we're going to
I'm
pivot
not
this.
sure who you have coming, but and the wall closes once again, interweaving the bricks and the stone and the mortar. But I'm going to bed. I've had a very long night. Help yourself to whatever you find. And have a nice day, perhaps. Goes over to one end of the room and sits on the bed and pulls out a book and just kind of writes for a little bit before turning in and turning over, unless you have something else that you would like to converse with him.
I do. Because Cody doesn't mince words, even though apparently he's been mincing words this whole conversation based off of a misconception on the player's part. However, you say it is impossible for us to have known your son. However, why did we have words with him yesterday?
Just to aid in this, Emerson is going to cast Disguise Self on himself and take on the image of
Trevor Malford.
Trevor Malford.
Is that a good idea?
I'm just going to show you the face of the man we know as Trevor Malford. All right?
By all means.
And he does so.
And he bamfs.
Do you recognize that face?
No.
Insight check.
Okay.
I would like to help with that.
Guidance and help. Thank you. Thank you.
More like, is he lying?
21 plus insight. That would be a 30.
Oh, shit.
As Emrys changes his face to your much hated rival, Trevor Malford.
Dingleberg.
Resisting the urge to cut off the head to send to hell.
William's knuckles going white for a moment, almost forgetting that it's Emrys. You don't see a spark of recognition in his eyes as he answers truthfully and dry. No. I don't think I've ever seen that face before.
Did your son dabble in any of the darker arts and potentially anything having to do with the infernal and or abyssal?
Or anyone named Mr. Balls?
He was 12. I'm sure he drew some sort of balls. I don't know.
I love it.
But no, didn't dabble in any sort of dark arts or anything like that. I was trying to get him interested in alchemy and perhaps magic. But nothing nefarious or dark.
You're trying to get him involved in magic. That implies that his studies were more... he wished his studies to be more focused in another direction. What was it?
Art.
Art? Art.
Was there a lot
Trevor
of art in Trevor's?
Yes, there was.
Yeah.
I don't think that it's impossible for somebody like Trevor Malford to change their appearance at least once over the course of his life.
I agree.
William, I have less experience with this individual. Is there any details of their character that might be relayed to confirm their identity, or is perhaps this man's son having his identity stolen?
It's possible, but Grendel and I went to Trevor's storefront. He had art, but that's not uncommon in Grandsorn. Plenty of people collect art, especially among the elites.
Chris, may I do a history check? So what I would like to check for is, while Grendel, because Grendel obviously is going to take in any sort of painting or art, I want to see if she can remember if if the painting style is the same. Like, you know how artists have their own very signature way of painting and doing their artwork. She's going to see if she could possibly at least identify that they were done by the same painter.
Would I be able to argue that she could do this with advantage, since William would probably be trying to recall this as well?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Fucking nat 20 for a I don't know what my history is. Is that a I don't know if it's a negative.
It's probably
it
probably is.
It's probably a negative.
-8.
No, it's a +0, so nat 20.
Yeah, she got a nat 20. That's right, Chris. Spill it.
Oh my god, we need a
2B Dice does not condone gun.
Clipping that.
yeah, we need to clip that. Oh my god.
The art that you saw, you're going off of what art in Trevor Malfort's
Vault.
Gotcha. Perfect. You look at this, and it doesn't match anything in Trevor's possession. This piece matches one other one that you have seen.
You tell.
You took a vacation with Helene down to the city of Vale, a coastal port town that is known for its art and culture.
No way.
And upon perusing some of the paintings on the wall, there is a painting of a landscape with a pet, a dog, something very simple. But the strokes match perfectly with the ones of this painting. And as you look further into this one, in the faded cracks of this painting, the same dog appears. You were sad because you went back to that particular museum another time, not too far after. You liked that painting so much.
Had a dog.
It had a dog. But come to find out, it was stolen from that museum.
I'm sorry.
And it was unretrieved at the time. But the painting strokes do match. But it is so far away from Trevor Malfort's collection, in no way connected. Many, many miles from this spot.
The timelines are converging.
Grendel, as these like memories just like rush back. She goes over and how big is the painting? I guess compared to Grendel?
It is at least 10 feet tall and a good 5 to 6 feet wide. It is. It
that's a
takes
big
up a large portion of this room.
The dog painting, correct?
Yes.
No, the family portrait.
The family portrait that's in here.
Oh, okay.
The dog painting was much smaller. It's like an 18 by 24. It was just
okay.
Yeah.
Emma stole that fucking painting.
I needed
I
money.
feel really bad about it now.
And what was the city's name again? I apologize.
Vale.
Vale. Like kind of just recognizing like the brush strokes, and she just kind of tilts her head to the side and she goes, did you get this painting in Vale?
No, my son made this.
Oh. I need subtitles for Matt.
I said that's why he's not in the painting, because he painted it.
Grendel?
I've tried to keep up with it over the years. It degrades, and I go back and make little finishing touches as best I can without interrupting the integrity of it. It's something we learned to do together, is paint. And unfortunately, over the years, I've forgotten what I look like. And I'm unable to retouch my own likeness. And therefore, the years have stolen me from this painting.
Oh, I've got you. And he disguise selves into him.
I guess it's hard to draw yourself when...
Not so bad.
Must be hard not having a reflection.
Why would they not have a
Tell me
reflection?
about it. I love it.
Grendel,
Well, yes.
he's a vampire. Vampires don't have reflections.
Well, that
Yeah.
seems rather silly.
See, look at this. He takes a mirror and like puts it up to your face, and he like gets close and puts himself in it too. But all you can see is you. You should be able to see him.
Yeah.
Everything behind him. No, it's quite a party trick. It's fun for the first 100 years or so, but after that, it's boring.
Grendel like slowly goes and puts a flower crown on top of his head to see if the flower crown floats in the mirror.
It does.
Grendel she goes, oh, that is a really cool party trick. How can you do that?
I've never thought of putting something in my head like that. I've got to try things now. I have 200 more years of stuff to do.
Just gave him existential crisis.
You can put pants on your head, and then you can stick your arms up and go.
Tales of Vardin.
Tube man.
Giving vampires a reason to live.
Well, let's so before your current condition, when the people set upon you and your family, were you all vampires at the time? Or
No, I was unfortunately infected.
interesting.
I remember this night as if it was yesterday. It was second floor of the manor, and we just finished dinner. And the villagers came in, ranting and raving about something screaming. I took the steak knife. That's all I had. I told them to run. And the next thing I know, I woke up. with the head in my hand. Fangs bared on this individual, this person that I knew so well, a friend. And a cut on my arm that was already scarred. To wake with no reflection, and only the desire to rip apart what you love most. Amelia, she didn't bat an eye. She said, "We'll make this work. Everything will be fine." And it was, for a few years, until people began to poke and prod and ask questions. Why doesn't Sir Malfort come out anymore? We'd love to see him. And on it went. Once word got out that Victor Malfort's a vampire, we should kill all of them and his spawn. The torches broke the windows. The drapery. Oh, the god-awful drapery. You know, I specifically had that imported from Elmoira. Amelia told me not to. She wanted a different fabric, something a little bit lighter, a little more fire resistant. And I ignored her. We tried best we could to barricade the doors and the windows, but there were too many of them. You can imagine what happened next. Everything I owned and built over the years burned. Everything I love torn from me. By people I called friends. And thus is the end of Malfort's. Our name faded from history, and that is why I live in a hole in the ground. And it's why I can't ever make myself leave.
I am so sorry.
Don't be.
She puts another flower crown on his head.
Yeah, it's rough. It's a rough go, mate.
It's all in the past, unfortunately, but immortality gives you a lot of time to reflect on your mistakes.
No reflection, and yet all you have is time to reflect. Isn't that ironic?
The irony of it, absolutely.
So, just one more question, mate. What was your son like?
Now that I can remember. He was joy incarnate. He was sunshine, laughter. His mother would always put him in shoes, and he'd always come back without them. Not even strung around his neck, just gone. He'd smell of summer wind, dirt and dry leaves, creek beds and stones. Just pure, unbridled joy. Curious, as all young men tend to be. Smart, quick-witted. And gone far too soon.
I don't think this is the Trevor that we met.
Maybe. Did any keepsakes survive the fire of his?
A few. But none that I dare touch, as they would probably crumble to dust, and my memories along with them. Sorry, you came here for rest, and I'm telling you a sob story of some sort. I really must let you get what you came here for. Only once you get it, please be on your way. And not a word. If I could ask that courtesy of you.
Not in. We have no inclination to out you like that, so I don't know. But if there is any connection between you and this Smelfoot that we know, is there anything you would like us to tell him?
What is this Trevor Malford like?
He's an asshole.
He's a cunning little bastard. Conniving.
We got our friend killed.
And also trying to use the woman I love against me, and I don't like how he's being creepy about it.
We have a reason to believe he's of the infernal nature.
Personality-wise, he's shifty, manipulative,
Businessman.
businessman. And those are his good qualities.
Well,
Has a lot of influence in the city as well.
Ransoren.
Right.
Now, perhaps I'll pay a visit to this city. I've never been. Perhaps it's time.
Beautiful around this time of year.
It's a little... Don't try to use any magic to get an entry right now. It's a little bit harrowing to go around using magic around the city right now.
Right.
We might have caused a bit of a kerfuffle, you know, exit.
Whoosh fuffle.
Huh. Well,
The less you know about
Yeah.
our involvement, the better.
thanks for the heads up, I suppose.
But yeah, we appreciate your hospitality. We'll take it as much of it as you'll offer.
Listen, I haven't talked to another person in quite a few years. This has actually been really nice.
Oh, William would have called back Caliban by the after all that clearing up. But yeah, he's just going to go sit over by the door after giving Victor a courteous wave or nod. Gonna break out some shears and start doing some maintenance on himself.
Just in case, detect magic would have been up for the majority of this, just
Yes.
in case.
Mm-hmm.
Because that do be lasting 10 minutes, just in case there's anything of interest in this area about this individual.
Nothing inside the room. The door you came in is abjuration.
Makes sense?
But other than that, no magical keepsakes or really much of anything as far as that's concerned.
Nothing about this individual?
Would that show up as being a vampire necromancy?
If you determine that vampirism is of a magical nature and
No.
not a
Maybe he's undead.
curse or affliction. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing.
Okay.
That's more of the territory of detect on.
Undead or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Is there a room that Emrys can take his family into that has a door that actually functions to close?
Yeah, there would be a little branch off of this room into more of where he keeps the rest of the wine that is left from the estate. Most of the shelves are bare, and the racks as well. He's down to maybe 5 or 6 bottles, but there's ample room in there. It's kind of a straight, narrow rectangle, but plenty of room to bed down and close.
He's just. Oh. Yes.
Go ahead.
No, was he going to say something to me?
No, that's fine.
Okay. He's going to try and go into the door and just with his family and close it behind him.
Before Grendel goes and lays down with her family, she is going to walk over to Victor, and she's just going to kind of like gently like poke him on the shoulder, but really it's more like and, and she's going to be like,
Mr. Victor, I know this is kind of a weird question, but I just thought I would ask because I need as many answers as I could possibly get if there is possibly any answers. And do you by chance know anything about the abyss?
The abyss. No, unfortunately, I'm not that studied. Once things took more of this nature, I kind of stopped all of that. It's a very nasty place, and best left untouched and unstudied, in my opinion.
I'm going to barge in there and get my girlfriend.
but
That's very nice.
Grendel then puts another flower crown on top of his head, and she goes,
"Oh, and also, I just wanted you to know that anything and everything that like happened with your family and stuff, it isn't your fault. People are just mean when people are different."
Thank you.
Okay, good night.
And she's gonna skip off and go cuddle up with her parents, make sure they're comfortable and safe, and she will settle in for bed.
He continues to write in his journal. And quickly, on each of your own pages, is a very well made and well done sketch of each one of you. As he closes the leather bound book and ties the strap around and sets it on the table next to his bed.
I see a fellow sketch artist like that.
Rest in peace, Denya. You would have loved Victor.
Anything else before a long rest is achieved?
Oh, when you put it that way, no.
Emrys is going to sleep against the door just so that if anyone wants to get to his family, they have to go through him, literally.
Long rest, please.
Can I push the button?
Yes, push the button.
Yes! Victory!
And then we all die.
Thank you, sweet baby Mila and all the other deities.
No longer
Things
exhausted.
again. I can manage my spell list.
Oh, and then I gotta figure out what I'm gonna unattune for this fucking necklace. Oh no. You know what?
Unattune the ring.
Let's go ahead and drop the dead man's shot. Why not? I'm gonna miss it, but I haven't used it too often, so go with it. And what's the name of the necklace again?
It is
of detection and location.
Mm-hmm.
amulet of proof against detection and location.
Okay.
Thanks.
There we go. Attuned. There we go. How delightful. Waking up, you guys would spot William sporting a new look. His hair is short. He is no longer rocking a full-blown beard.
Did
Go
you
ahead.
have a satchel of some sort, William, to carry your things in?
The portable hole, I have a backpack. What?
Yeah, your backpack is fine.
Yeah.
As you're going through and getting all of that taken care of with your beard and the shears and everything else, as you're putting everything away, tucked into the side, you see a familiar piece of cloth. And you pull it out. It is what you had requested. Your dress blues?
Yes, naval dress blues, yeah.
And there's a note tucked into the lapel. Enjoy it. And don't make me regret it. Signed, Luna Velbus. So
There's
that is a gift from Dia.
Yeah. Level of gratitude, but also a slight tinge of irritation. How'd you get this on me without me noticing? And no. But yeah, so come morning, everyone would spot William with a medium fade on the sides, little length of hair on the top, slicked back. No longer sporting a stylized long beard. He has a shortened goatee. And he had switched over from his long fabled pirate attire back to his former uniform while he was part of the Navy. And is, he's carrying himself slightly different than he normally does, but he looks at the rest of you. All right, morning. Time to get moving.
Grundle immediately takes out her ballista, points it at William, and goes, "Who the hell are you?"
Still me. and he flashes the disguised self from William's current form to his old form and back to, and drops it once again.
What? Why don't you take care of yourself like this more often? You look much less smelly.
In conversation with with an associate of ours has kind of put things in perspective for me.
Well, I like this perspective of you, William. It looks good on you. It seems that you're actually showing yourself some respect that you deserve. And she goes and she pats him on the back and then continues walking.
Forgive me if my cadence switches up on occasion. I'm trying to not carry myself like a pirate anymore.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Emrys. Grendel is taking out Oscar, by the
Fucking
way,
hell.
and is making herself a big bowl of stew for everybody.
What did you do to yourself?
Fuck you too.
Oh god. I love this party. I love this party so much.
This is the visage of the illustrious Commander William the Great, once held.
This definitely looks great. You're no longer William the Smelly.
Never was, but okay.
Not in my brain.
Let's make breakfast and make for the road as soon as possible. Let's not overstay our welcome in a vampire's den.
Grendel goes and checks on her parents, makes sure that they're ready, packed up, everything like that, and helps with all the heavy lifting to get things all situated.
As you look around, getting your things together, Victor is not here.
Anybody sporting new hickeys on their necks or anything?
You can go ahead and check yourself.
I got this weird stick in my neck.
I got real stiff right here. The day is open to you. As you have gone to bed around the time of dawn, would you have wanted to leave at daylight or still continue your travels during the later hours of the day and into the night?
The cover of night would probably be preferable for while we're in close proximity of Grand Soren.
The sun sets as you make your way through the Bramblewood. It looks different with the sunlight on it rather than the moons. However, there is a faint outline of the red crescent still visible, just barely, faintly, in the sky. It too looks different. You see it more clearly, even though it's faded into the sky behind the blue. Craterous and hues of orange and red patches. You continue your travels through the Bramblewood, seeing different wildlife, evading the larger beasts as you continue through. And as you make your way through, ahead of you, you're continuing on this path. You see the foliage, the underbrush that stands about calf high, wither and blacken. As from behind one of the trees, an elk steps, its fur gray, tattered, its head hunched and heavy, the antlers black. And it almost appears that they have a fluidity to them that is familiar to you. A symbiotic nature to these antlers as it pauses in the middle of the pathway, turns its head towards you, its eyes glazed over and pale. And from its mouth, dripping.
Smash.
It's going to.
The
Somebody roll
lady's
me a-
already drawn.
Somebody roll me a d4.
I will. That's going to be
A 1. Oh.
I like Taylor's better.
There is this radius around this elk that is just dead foliage, plant life. It looks at you for a moment and then continues its path across and away from you.
I don't like that.
Continuing this pathway of decay in its wake.
Should we do something about that?
Unless we interact with the environment a little better. Let's not leave trails behind us.
There's nothing we can do for it at this point without devoting much time in this area.
So we're not gonna make him go Betty Buys?
Let's leave it be. We can avoid it, the better.
I would prefer that.
If we're successful in our mission, it helps that creature, this area, and every single one like them all across Vardin.
Cody, can you make a perception check?
Absolutely. Am I allowed to guidance?
Guidance.
Alrighty, let me just alrighty, okay. Just double checking here. Alrighty. Yeah. That's a natural 20 for a 32.
Yeah. Let's fucking go. Go, Cody. Yeah.
Better luck next time. I'm kidding. No, you actually, as you're watching this thing with the elk, you hear a hoot, and you are able to, as you sort of like try to find the location, you actually are able to see in the shade of trees, like a few trees away from you, there's like this that you can see an owl, that you can see the eyes first before you realize that the feathers and everything is very black, that it's just as dark as night. And so staying in the shade of the trees, it seems almost imperceptible, but it's just looking straight at you.
I'm going to treat that natural 20 as Godi saying that, or adding in the beginning of his normal rituals that he casts through the day, waking up, and knowing that this owl has been frequenting and being a little guardian angel over his shoulder. Godi additionally ritual casts Speak with Animals. So what's this little shit saying?
Hooty hoot hoot.
Are you trying to get close to the owl to speak to it?
No, just like seeing it, and like I heard a little hoot, just kind of looking up, head tilt.
Just trying to see if you can hear anything from where you're at.
Yeah, I'm just debating whether or not you would hear it.
32.
I mean, your hearing rate.
It's hard to argue against that.
Let me check my notes here. 32.
The funny thing is that at first you just sort of hear this sort of what you hear as you tilt the head, it tilts back, and you just sort of hear familiar. That's literally what it says. But you don't know if they're saying familiar, like I am a familiar, or that you are familiar to them.
What is familiar?
And then the owl, the wings spread, it flies, leaps off the branch. And as it's moving straight toward you, and you see it as it is getting close to you, it sort of starts batting their wings to sort of slow themselves down. Their talent, like their claws are like moving, and it just lands on your arm. And you just see it land on your arm, sort of turns its head, turns back to you, and then you just hear, you can spare your spells if you need to speak to me.
It takes no effort, just pittance of time. Have you any more words of wisdom, visions of despair, or gifts to keep assure us on our safe journey?
Nubla will do their best to keep an eye on the things from above as you continue your journey. Your discovery in the wilderness is quite fascinating. Story that has been believed to be gone in non-existence for over 800 years.
Does this individual have a relationship to the Trevor Malfort that we know?
It is something I'm trying to sort myself. I have reason to believe that the Malfort that you have met before, the one that has given you grievance, is actually not a Malfort at all. I've been inquiring about it several hundred years back, but something tells me that this figure chose that name rather than be born with it. Something which, of course, I am quite interested in finding out why, and if so, what was the name before?
His Majesty Lord DM, upon waking, all of our peoples were unspoiled, correct? And we are free to leave this location without resistance.
Without any resistance. He is not there. There is no goodbye. There is no farewell. No see you next time. He is gone. Everything is left just as it was, including yourselves and all of your effects. Yes.
Then Godey's response would be, sate your curiosity, but we will continue moving.
May you have safe paths. Should you need anything, you know how to reach me. However, beware. The connection that allows me to communicate with you is not everlasting. And should it fail, I will do my best to communicate through Nubla here. That I can do easier. Do you have your necklaces?
We do.
Good.
And everybody is wearing them. I double-checked.
I suggest for them to keep them concealed under their robes, clothes.
I instructed them to do so.
Good.
Guys, I instructed you to do so.
But it's so pretty.
Just imagine that. I instructed you to do so. It's just like,
It is part of my drip.
Goody would have, because obviously this isn't something that you want to just like flop about, but
Yeah. Sir DM, Nubla, my owl, would have been outside of this place ever since the characters arrived.
Mhm.
Would I have seen Victor Malfort leave the premises?
You would have seen them leave at the first sign of the sun ducking behind the highest peak of this valley.
Did I say which direction they went?
They went
straight up.
The beaming.
they went west, and the party is currently moving south.
Other than Malfort, would there have been anything else of consequence that I would have spotted during that night that the owl would have reported to me once Katie would have taken a potentially rest? And
A few more of the animals and beasts of this forest, including a few trees that don't really like staying in one spot. Kind of moving around the forest. If the owl were to take maybe a pass around during the daytime to see a bit more, they would see a concentration of
Ents?
a concentration of more frequent infected animals towards a certain spot in the forest.
which direction from the current location of the party?
Southwest.
Okay. When it comes to the trees that are not staying in one place, am I seeing them move, or are they sort of just appearing somewhere else?
They are moving, yes. Not very far, maybe like 200-300 feet, and then sitting and resting.
How many, like, would it be the kind of thing that it's like, oh, it was like one or two in like the whole vicinity, or was like a significant amount that is like it's hard to even keep track of which ones moved, which ones didn't?
Yeah, there'd be like 3 or 4 in the general area of the manor that would be moving.
Mm-hmm. If allowed, knowing that this is happening, Katie would have attempted to use Nubla the owl to actually do flyby passes at like eye level of the party toward the trees that moved and actually scratch them and leave a mark on them.
Okay.
And so Godi would get this information of I saw, what is west, by the way? The direction that Malfort went?
Malfort went, yes.
Yeah, but what is there anything of relevance that I would know is in that direction? It's not the city.
No, not the city. Further deep into the ravine, more towards a natural waterway and river lies in that direction.
Okay. So I think
he's hunting.
Chances are, yeah. I saw Malfort leave as soon as night was set, headed west. Do not think it's going to be an issue for you. However, the concerns in this area are more similar to the creature you just saw, the elk. It seems as though several more of these creatures are gathering somewhere southwest of here, which may be down your route, and if others are making their way there as well, I suggest caution for you and the party. Also, There are some trees which are capable of motion. Not far, but capable. I took the liberty to mark a few within the next 500 feet perimeter. Beyond that, you're on your own, but stay alert. Nula will continue to follow from above.
Always. Thank you for your assistance once again.
Cody,
And
quit interacting with wildlife. Walk and talk, mate.
How is he?
he will become better soon, and I'm going to make sure of it.
Good. It seems at least his inner transformation has manifested outward somehow. I'll take that as a positive. But I don't keep my hopes high.
And with that, just a nice little like gentle toss for Nubla, and moves on with the party as he kind of like, without really explaining it, just kind of like goes to the front, probably where I'm going to guess William is, and just kind of points to a tree that has a scratch mark on. Just be like, "Those are warning signs. Go this way," and just start directing the party around the would-be hazards.
Okay. Go ahead and make me a survival check then, if you're the
Would
one
be hazards.
with
I
advantage.
see what you did there.
That is me making it, or whoever.
Whoever's really leading the party through the Bramblewood.
I have a +5 for survival, but if somebody's got better, I will happily help. You're muted.
Help action to whoever does it from the owl.
Mm-hmm. So it is at advantage.
Goldie, I didn't realize you were like a fairy tale princess. You're very good with the animals.
So yes, that is Cody making this one.
Yeah,
I always knew.
So at advantage,
Think
guidance.
Goldie? I would say I don't think he has magical hair because he doesn't have that much hair to begin with.
Whoa. No bold shaming.
I'm not shaming that he is bald. Maybe his bald head is magical, like you rub it for good luck.
22 for lay survival check. Thanks.
I thought I was muted.
Nice. Clip that.
Happens
I
to the
actually-
best of us.
He's been saying clip that to everybody else. It's his
I'm
turn.
usually so good about that shit.
I really loved watching your microphone
No.
come on, you burp, and then your microphone go off. Amazing.
As you make your way southward, the trees once again change to the more singular trunked birch-like trees. The sun has set. The moons have begun to rise. The crimson maw still prevalent in the sky. As you exit the Bramblewood, and just beyond, just a few small distance ahead of you, is the first town that you come to. A fair distance, your first day of travel done. Welcome to the city of Indramir, founded by dwarves and goblins alike. As you make your way through this field outside of town, the city begins to light up with lanterns and lights. Music begins to play, and the life of the night begins to reach your ears. A welcoming, inviting town. As you make your way through the gates of this place, no one seems to stop you or question. You pass a few taverns and bars already full of life and laughter and ruckus, the smell of bread and meats and roasted nuts. As if all of the things that you've been through, these people know nothing about. They are living their lives blissfully unaware of the corruption in Grand Soren, of the sickness of the Bramblewood expanse. What would you like to do as night fully comes to the city of Indramir?
If we're staying here for night, we should probably get lodging.
Where would
I
you like to
concur.
stay?
I don't know. Is there a DoubleTree around?
Yeah, we got a Hilton. We got a
I will say you definitely hear like Grendel's
Comfort Inn
stomach
and
just
Suites.
loudly growl. Like it sounds like a beast within her belly. And she's just like,
Oh, excuse me. I am kind of a little peckish. And by peckish, I mean I could
Viola.
probably eat Emrys right now.
Okay. What?
I mean,
she's hungry.
that's reasonable. Out of all of us, I think we would eat Emrys first, yeah.
I will say
It's a joke, mate. It's a joke.
Turns
the owl,
invisible.
the owl would have taken an opportunity as soon as owls I think can see like up to half a mile or more depending on breed, but they would have probably moved to scout ahead the town as well before the party arrived to the outskirts of it. It was a 21 perception.
What are you scouting for?
Literally just getting the lay of the land, but mostly sort of taking sort of just like taking this like place in, trying to see if there's any spots that it's like, oh, like this, is there any movement, especially if like the realm, like the city or the town seems to be like very at peace, very at ease, very like, oh, they're oblivious, very, it's like the Shire, like Hobbiton. You're like, okay, but is there like, is there some Isengard vibes somewhere in this vicinity? Is there something that looks a little off?
Gotcha.
Especially like considering that there were like creatures going southwest, which it's somewhat in that direction, but not quite. Like, like getting the opportunity to do it. I don't know how big this town would be, but with dash, the owl can cover 120 feet.
Yeah,
so they would
there wouldn't be any
attempt
problem.
to.
So, as you go through, you notice that there are various outposts along the outside wall of this city that are large braziers that are being lit as night fully comes to fruition. And as night sets in, these large bonfires are being lit on the tops of these what are they called? Old fortifications. They are just regular wood bonfires. However, they do have some bowls with powder in the bottom of them that cause the fire to burn brighter, as a wider radius of light to come out of those flames. As far as the city itself, it seems to be, like you said, rather at peace. Nothing too sinister in nature in the area or in the city itself. It seems to be a decent place to bed down for the evening. As far as the inner workings of this place, as KD, that this place is home to the Silent Bazaar. It's a huge underground marketplace that conducts all of their business through magical contracts and sigils, forbidding speech to maintain secrecy and anonymity between purchases. So this is a great place for all sorts of things to be acquired. However, the rest of the city above ground seems to be completely untouched by any of that. It's like they leave work underground in the stone, and they come up and have a good time before returning the next day to their business.
Okay. I will say that the owl, what probably the owl will do is try to spot any good height locations in this near the center of town.
Mhm.
When the party is arriving to the edge of it, if they're going to like enter the city, like they have to meet, like whatever they have to meet and greet situation, the owl will probably attempt to perch themselves above one of the towers just to listen. And then once they get a chance to go inside, they would find a spot near the center of town where to perch, so they can just sit, like just stand guard there and try to just keep an eye, just continue to scan the area.
There is a kind of a central tower that has a warning alarm bell for various occasions, and relatively the center of town, a good place to keep an eye on the party as they enter. Everyone make me a perception check, please.
That is a natural 20 for a 25.
It's a 5
Am I allowed to
minus
guidance?
2 for a 3.
You're too hungry. You can't focus.
Am I allowed to use guidance?
Sure.
Oh, wait. I lied. It's 27.
I actually rolled pretty low, so that is a dirty 20.
It's a Brazilian butt lift. 20.
William, Godey, and the owl would notice first, followed by Emerus after some like a shoulder tap or something. On one of the walls, as you first enter town on the northeastern gate, you've entered town. You're getting close to the center of it, and you see posted on the wall pamphlets with familiar faces. Your
Oh, no.
faces.
Oh no.
However, these posters are off. They look like you, but probably only to you.
They did not get
And
titles
what-
right.
If someone
do
were
these-
to look at these posters up next to your face, complete stranger, they'd be like, no, this is somebody else.
And what do these pamphlets say?
Wanted.
Figured. Okay.
Dead or alive?
These drawn by a child. My nose looks nothing like that.
They also got my skin tone like completely wrong. Like that looks like I wore just like way too light of a shade of foundation.
It's a good thing I decided to cut my hair and beard.
William's beard
You
looks
look
just like
snazzy.
this frizz fest, just a puffball. his hair and his like
No.
eyes just wide and crazy. Just
No, the only
super-
reference that
yeah.
they have of William is like after he's come out of a fire, he looks like one of those cartoon characters. His like beard's all like
Yosemite Sam after he got
blown
blown up.
out and everything.
Ooh!
Because the only time people have seen William is probably when he's been setting himself on fire or
All
something.
right. Well, I think we gained the benefit of innocuity thanks to the terrible penmanship of this. But let's not draw attention to ourselves while we're here.
Like, they didn't even put the flower crown on my head. What is wrong with them?
It's actually a lei.
Yeah.
Oh my god, yes.
As you move through the rest of this town, that one spot is the only place that has that posted. So as you move further away from that area, you find a few places. One being yes.
Momentary report over. Emerson's going to go back to that spot and rip all the post-its off the wall.
Okay.
I leave them.
Perfect. There's a guy standing there. He's had quite a few. He's probably like 5 or 6 deep at this point.
Oh, he does
He goes-
so invisibly.
He's like, "Oh yeah, I've been there too, man. It's just you gotta go and you gotta go. And you gotta use something to wipe. Yeah. Best of luck to you. Have fun. Boy, that's gonna itch in the morning."
Oh man.
The Rusted Ram would be an excellent place to find dinner and rooms for the evening. It stands near Indramir's western gate, where the merchant roads meet the old fortifications. A great road to take on your way south towards Isilra on your next leg of the journey. The tavern is built from dark stone and salvaged ship lumber. Its sign depicting a ram's head forged from old corroded iron, probably an anchor of some sort. Inside is dim and smoky, lit by green glass lanterns. The air smells of salt, old leather, roasted garlic, and meats. The barkeep is Lorik Thornjaw, one-eyed dwarf who says little but remembers everything. So, what is it that you need from this tavern?
Good evening. We need a room for counts every fucking head in the group. 9, 10, none of us. I'm terrible at math. That's a lie. I just cannot. Don't know how many.
There's
bodies
11
are
of
here.
us.
11.
There's 11
I
of
need
us.
a room for 11 people.
So you need straw bunk, small private room, a merchant's suite, it's a double. Or by the looks of you need something soundproof. Safe from prying eyes, maybe?
That would be preferred, yes.
Scooter on back. It's 45 gold pieces for the night.
Pockets
I've
get
got
a
it.
little light.
I've got it.
It's that or strong bunk for a copper.
Yeah.
Sit up in the common loft, you'll be with everybody else.
We'll take them. We'll take
How much gold
the.
is
We'll
it?
take my rooms.
That's what I thought. Pleasure doing business with you.
A pleasure.
All right. So,
Do I know this individual? Have I passed through this town ever? This
Uh,
seems like a thieves' guild.
Lorik Thornjaw. Yeah, you would potentially know them. Have you needed to move things through Intramir at all?
Probably constantly. If Vale is the next city over to the east, he would have come through here a lot.
Okay. Yeah.
Always a pleasure.
Do I know you?
No, but
That's not
that's why I like our conversations.
exactly.
Oh, that was fucking weird.
It's actually a fairly decent place to sleep. So
Okay.
that's-
You go down to the cellar, and he opens a false door behind some of the barrels. And inside is a relatively comfortable chamber for you to sleep in. Need you out of here early. Before
of
sunrise.
course. Of course.
Do we get time over service at all? That's a joke. Never mind.
Hatch is behind those blankets. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And door slams shut.
So,
He's a little bit rude. They need to work on the customer service.
something like that. All right. Well, get a night's rest here, move on, or do we need to recover supplies before we move? How is everyone standing as far as potions and ammunition?
Well, and the
I
blessing.
would like to get feel better medicines.
We do have feel better medicines. I was going to wait until after this to divvy them out, but that's a gift from this guy.
Oh, okay.
There's plenty.
Yay, feel better.
I just got to figure out who's going to hold on to what. But right now, they're all in my inventory, so we'll figure that out.
I'm
No,
sorry, Sai. I
uh,
didn't mean to interrupt you. What were you saying?
No, I was just saying I need potions.
There is precisely
the feel
6
better.
Raider potions of healing.
Ooh, shit.
Oh no, not potions of healing. I need specific potions of recovery.
Oh.
Magical essence.
Didn't know that was a thing.
That
I
being
had
said,
it
I
somehow.
Mana
will.
potions?
Oh, I gave them to Zenya. Unfortunately.
Then we have them
Yeah.
because we have Rico.
Mm-hmm.
Is Rico still with Goaty, or did he run back over to William? Shit.
Still with Cody.
Bastard.
Rico has favorites.
How do you get anything out of the little chipmunk?
Xenia talks to him constantly, so I'd assume you just ask.
His mouth unhinges like a snake. It's kind of terrifying sometimes. I've seen him like wrap a whole
I've
entire
seen
his
it.
whole entire mouth around the book. Yeah. It's kind of adorable and horrifying at the same time. It's like looking
That
at a
is.
train wreck while you're
Cody's
smiling
Like
going
around
you.
it.
to just. Cody's going to hold Rico out to Emerus and just ask away.
I'm looking for potions of lesser mana recovery and greater mana recovery.
Rico's body kind of inflates as if he's swallowed the whole bottle, and it slowly comes out of his
I think-
mouth.
The
I
pop
think
effect.
I think I gave him one lesser and one normal. Oh, I can't remember. Yeah. One lesser, one normal, I think I gave him.
Speaking of gear, Grendel, who's in possession of the portable hole?
I am in the possession of the portable hole currently. I have it right here. And she pulls it out and she goes, and it's got everything that we need in it and all like the Betty Buy stuff and everything like that. I made sure I cleaned it this morning before we went out.
Mind if I have that back?
Oh, of course.
You.
And she will hand it over to him.
I can re-equip that now. Yay. Okay. We're low on gunpowder, so William does want to get some more gunpowder.
If William is actually going to go out and get like more gunpowder and shit like that, Grendel would like to go with him just so she can kind of again take in more like just information about how like especially like weapons, trying to study everything that again William has been kind of mentoring her through the whole thing, especially with her taking on the fighter role.
Yeah. Mm.
I'm sorry.
If he would allow it.
If this is a weird, like, I can't wrap my head around how we have the portable hole, because we use the portable hole to get to Grand Soren. Can we take the portable hole through the portable hole?
That's a good fucking point. Never mind, we don't have the fucking portable hole.
Portable hole would be on the ship.
Yeah,
It's on the ship.
we talk about this every time we get together. The portable hole is on the ship.
Yeah, that's right. So we moved everything
So
that we needed over to the bag of holding, not the portable hole.
Was including Grendel's cannon?
Yes, it's all in
Okay.
the bag of holding, because wouldn't have been able to take the portable hole. Never mind, I don't have my
bag of holding,
We no longer have the sticky dark hole. Got it.
Right.
If I remember correctly, Emrys has a waystone.
I do.
To Nina's hut.
Right. That's
so if needed to, somebody could run and go get it whenever you get a chance. But that's for another day.
Yeah. Logistics of traveling through
the whole
portable
thing
hole.
really confused me because he kept saying he had it. I was like, how?
Well, that was just
magic trick. Turn it inside out.
One of these days, Tarzan is going to Jedi mind trick all of us, and everybody will just be like, "Yeah, we have the portable hole."
They got it.
And then he's gonna go, "Got it."
We do have the portable hole.
Oopsie.
Everyone, roll a persuasion check.
But
not the hole you're looking for. Oh, that's
phrasing.
But yeah, William would just go over with everyone on supplies, making sure we have what we need, and probably advise that we do a supply run before moving on from the city.
Along with the 45 gold for this room, there is a platter that is brought down. There's a hunter's plate, a fried fish cakes, and a ram's stew. Just kind of a multiple of each one for you guys to have dinner with a few ales on the side as well. The hunter's plate is smoked venison, pickled onions, and hard-boiled eggs. The fish are lake and river caught, and the ram stew is thick lamb and barley stew, heavy with root vegetables and garlic.
Grendel will take one of each.
Ram's Horn Ale, which is the local of the rusted ram that they brew here, which is the barrels that you passed. It's strong, dark, and a bit sour. And that's what's provided for the fee. If you would like anything else, there's a nightcap made, Indramir, fire brandy, Dock Hands grog, and a red thorn cider.
Very interesting.
Grendel's gonna have one of those specialty ales. First one you mentioned.
There you go.
But he would quickly eat. He would not imbibe alcohol. He would have water and quickly retire for the evening.
Same. But He's going to keep watch for the first couple hours. Maybe play a game of cards with Calibran.
Grendel will probably eat. She'll take her time eating. It's like she's been traveling a lot and like she's sick of rations, so she wants to kind of enjoy her food. And she's going to spend time with her family. Just continue talking, catching up, everything like that. And once they're all done, ale is empty. She is going to make her way upstairs with her mom and her dad and settle in for the night. While also holding Helene's perfume bottle.
Perfect. As you sit and play cards with Calibran, who has the puzzle box? Goaty. You
Roll
would
your
see-
eyes.
Of course, Goaty. No. You would see Calibran distracted, William. Missing a few key cards here and there, or a play that would have been made more easily. He's got his eyes more in the direction of Goaty as he sets another card down.
If I may, Godi would not be in the room for this part. He would be in his room.
Just off the direction that Goaty went.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Get a good look.
Yeah.
Take a picture, it'll last longer.
Mhm.
And look better than those wanted posters.
Yeah, probably.
Seems something appears to be on your mind.
No, it's fine.
Oh, I thought you took offense to my new look or something.
Yeah, you look
Or
like
my old look, I should say. So, you asked me earlier if I trusted Morgan.
Yeah, what about it?
With the revelation that I've had some alterations to my memory, I can't help but shake this feeling. Since you asked that question.
Yeah, you've had some work done in there. Spent some time in there. Getting to know my vessel. The question is, can you handle the truth? And not just emotionally. I'm sure it'll be scarring in some form or fashion. But physically.
What are you getting on it?
I've only been able to go certain places in your memories. Others are barred. And I know who did it. I recognize the work. Listen, William, I gotta come clean about some stuff here. You're in way over your head. You're in way over my head with what's going on. Not saying stop. Full bore and into the abyss if you must. But since you picked up that coin on that dragon turtle's back, I've seen through your eyes. We've come across this individual a few times. Greenport, at the Magisterium Library, you remember.
Mhm.
The head of the Arcanium of Grandsorn. And he's come a long way. Valerius Stride, as you know him. He's full of that name's full of shit. He stole it from somewhere. As are a few others that I've known him by. But the one real name that I can tell you about this individual is Remus Langley.
No fucking way.
You see, Remus and I, we knew each other when we were kids. No, I say kids, younger. Just becoming men. Met on a ship. Headed south. He was a young mage. Just starting his studies. And we grew close. And over the years, we kept in contact. Wrote each other letters. Met up at a bar every once in a while for a drink, catch up. He leans over and grabs your forearms with his hands. Your eyes flare green, as do his. And you see a vision. A familiar woman. Dark tan skin, deep raven hair. Red and turquoise jewels around her neck. Emerus and Nina's wedding. As you stood there, that flash of Nina, that woman that you saw fading in and out of your vision, matches this one. And you're looking at her and she's looking back at you as if you are Caliban. And he lets go, the vision fades. That is Eleanor. That's my reason for doing what I do. You see, she was taken from me. After we were married. I had joined the privateers at that point. And we raided a pirate vessel. They didn't like that. One by one, they hunted down every man on that ship a few years after. Since then, we had gone to different commissions, different ships, and it was a massacre. We were crossing from Grand System when they hit. magic was too late to save her. And I did things that today I'm not proud of, but were necessary. One of them being meeting face to face with the Shadow Queen to beg for her back. The things I had to do to gain audience with her were unspeakable. And you know what she told me? Take a guess.
No. She told you.
No. No. So yeah, that's why I'm after these pieces of the Paragon. Put them all together, I'll get her attention for real this time. And if I have to, become her. You see, the Paragon would give me the ability to do one of two things. Become a god, not my first choice. Or, and here's the kicker, turn back the clock. Time itself. And this is where Remus comes in. That little box that Goaty has. That's a little project that me and Remus worked on together. You see, after I lost Eleanor and everything I had, fortunes that I had accrued, spent in the pursuit of everything that I had lost, I began to talk with Remus about my plan, about a device that could harness magic so potent enough to change reality. And so we began to build. It's not just a fun little cube that turns one way or the other and you get stupid prizes out of it. No. No, that is an astral gate key. That is how I get from one place to the other. Where did you think I got my fortunes? From Vardin? No. I got them from other planes of existence. The name of Silas T. Caliban is not only feared on the material plane. But Remus taught me magic. By the time I had reconnected with him, he was into some deep shit, okay? Some really dark stuff. And I didn't care at the time, and I still don't. You think I'm bad? No, I might be a pirate king. Remus Langley is a lich king. He helped me build the astral gate key. And at the center of my treasure hoard is a piece of the Ember Paragon, keeping it powered. So at some point, we're going to have to get in there and go through it. There's interdimensional spaces in there that'll twist your brains inside out. But it was necessary. You want to go to the abyss? No problem. We just got to make it through some of the fail-safes that asshole put in there. Up till now, I've been stuck inside a little box. That tavern you and I met so many times, yeah, I can't leave it. But a physical vessel can go anywhere in there. That's why I need you. That's why you're here. You should be concerned about Remus Langley, Belarius Stride, whatever name he goes by in whatever century he's in. Because that person taught me about death. You think what I do is cool? No. I am a speck to him. Just be careful.
I can't fault you for your motives. If I was in the same situation, I'd probably do the exact same thing. But what you're telling us is true. It's just got a whole lot more complicated.
Yeah. And right now it's just sitting in Godey's pocket. So how do we tell him the truth so that he believes it? Because right now, him and I doesn't seem like we get along very well. Doesn't seem like the type of guy that would risk his life going inside an interdimensional space that he doesn't know about for someone that he doesn't trust. But maybe that's a conversation for another time. Another day.
He trusts me. But I don't think now is the time to go through, tackle that mountain of trouble. At least for the time being.
What mountain of trouble?
You want dealt in?
No, thank you. I do not gamble.
Just
William,
yes.
would you join me?
Absolutely. What's up?
Cody is going to start walking back to whatever room is his. On the way back, kind of looking over his shoulder at the table that Caliban probably is still shuffling cards or dealing out the next hand for when William returns, because it's still William's watch. I need to know how you are doing with everything that has happened.
Yeah. Mostly good. I just had my entire world flipped inside out on myself not only a few days ago. Now I'm struggling with coming to terms with everything that I now know is reality or not. I have no way of getting around it without some kind of help.
Or he's going to pause just outside of the door to his room and kind of look at William with sympathy. We do not always see eye to eye. And that is because I don't know how else that I can show you I am here to help you. With what we found out about what the Midnight Court did to you, that is something that I will gladly help with. Being chased by Trevor and the Magisterium, these are things that I will help with. Getting the pieces of the Amber Paragon. Yes, we suffered a terrible blow not days ago. It's because we were not working together. William, you are our captain. You are our leader. But a captain cannot crew an entire vessel alone. Lean on the rest of us. And I know that it has been troubling you. And I know the person who you would ask for help. So what would you ask Xenia?
He kind of chokes up a little bit as he looks down at the ground. I don't know, mate. I'm in over my head. To be fair, I didn't think I would last this long. And I'm flying at the seat of my pants as I'm working alongside people of extraordinary abilities, and I'm just a man. But I'm trying. I'm trying to prove that I belong here. That I'm not a detriment to the group. So I just need time.
Would Xenia say you were a detriment to the group?
No, he wouldn't.
No, he would not. Nor would Grendel, or Emrys, nor would I. You may be a man. You may not have godly powers, at least none that were not bestowed upon you from a certain undead captain, but that's neither here nor there anymore. Regardless of what you can or cannot do, we follow William the Great. I do. Xenia does.
Thank you.
Don't thank me yet. And Godey's going to open the door to his room, where the bed has a very large cloth draped over it with runic symbols around the outside. Candles lit and placed, and a line made of herbs and oils forming the outline of a humanoid. As Godey says, you can thank Xenia. And Godey walks over to this bed, and as a bead of what looks like starlight appears at the tip of his finger, draws a symbol that looks like a bee made with straight lines only. If anybody wishing for the exact image, this would be Barkano in the Elder Futhark, inscribing this on what would be the center mass of the chest of this humanoid form, as the entire room begins to hum with power and light. And you watch this line begin to raise from the cloth on the bed, beginning to take shape. And after a few moments, the light fades, and there is a body on this bed. The rune still glowing in their chest, and as that rune fades, leaving behind the symbol, Godey looks at William.
What is this?
I told you. You can thank Xenia.
The body sits up feebly for a moment.
Slash.
And what you see before you we'll find out next time.
Motherfucker.
You motherfucker!
On To Be Diced.
Why?
High five.
Why? No! I reject your reality and substitute my own.
But listen to me. We don't have to wait 2 weeks. It's next week. We'll find out. In just 1 week.
But I
It'll be
still
fine.
have to wait a week, though. my brother and spiritual shit. What the fuck?
I'm about to. Oh my.
Dia, I see you in the chat, and I will see you next week.
Heyo, see you next week. I can't wait to see what you look like.
Oh God. Okay. I'm fine. I'm fine.
All right. Thanks everyone
We're all
for
okay,
joining us
right?
for another Tale of Vardin on To Be Diced on Thursday. We will be back next Thursday to pick up off of this little cliffhanger to see what has happened through this spell. Tune in next week for more. We love you and good night.
Good night.